Call to order the meeting of the Common Council for Tuesday, June 11th, 2024. Clerk?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We have 12 members present in the room and 12 members voting in civic clerk.
Very good. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for an invocation led by Alder Grant. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Alder Grant.
Heavenly Father, bless this meeting as we gather together. Help us to choose our words carefully as we discuss the important issues that affect our city. Help us be humble and wise. Give us grace towards different views. I pray that you will give us strength so that we do not grow weary in our leadership role. Guidance, wisdom, and courage to make decisions that are not always easy but necessary. I pray that as we lead, we will not seek to pursue our own interests, but to look at the interests of others. I pray that you help us as leaders to identify the needs of the people through wisdom and understanding. Lord, help us not to be effective leaders, but to act for the betterment of our city. I pray that you help us to realize that leading is really a task that requires us to serve. So, Father, raise us up as servant leaders. Let us not take our responsibilities lightly. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thanks, Alder. All right. Approval of the minutes. Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Presley. This is to approve the minutes for May 21st and May 28th. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Those minutes are approved. Approval of the agenda. Motion to approve made by Alder Presley, seconded by Alder Stevens. An amendment?
We have an amendment.
Alder Grant?
Yes, if we could move T2 and 4 after J.
T2 and 4 after
J.
J. All right, is there a second for that amendment? Seconded by Alder Stevens. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Entertain a motion to approve as amended. Alder Prophet makes a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Seconded by Alder DeLee. Discussion there. Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And the agenda is approved as amended. Report by the mayor. Just a few comments for items before us, and then one just based on an event in the community coming up here. I'll start with that one. We've got Kids Day coming up in 2 weeks, so actually the day of our next council meeting, but this won't be able to announce it at that one. So just wanted to invite all of our alders, more importantly though, our kids and families in the community to celebrate Kids Day. This is the 22nd annual. Children's Wisconsin is sponsoring this one, so bigger and better than ever, thanks to their support and support of other sponsors and businesses within the community. But you can hop on the website for more information. Stop down here at City Hall and Pools, Bay Beach, other locations to get wristbands, but looking forward to another great Kids Day in the city, so spread the word, and obviously alders are invited to come out and join us at Bay Beach and have a good time, so that'll be fun. With regard to a couple items here, I know one is coming back. We had a lot of good discussion on Vets First at our last council meeting. Got some good information, some clarifying information from the county in the intervening period. So hopefully we'll have a little bit more of a focused discussion. A lot of good exchange of ideas, like I said last time around. But just would encourage people to keep things short, concise, and to the point. We've got a lot of items before us, so looking forward to a good discussion there. And then also, we've got a resolution to approve our polling locations and a couple satellite in-person absentee voting locations out at St. Bernard and then over at the Tailgate Village near Lambeau at 1265. So something that a number of communities have employed for a number of years. This would be a first for us, but I'm personally very satisfied with the plan that our clerk has put together and the safeguards associated. So just a great opportunity, I think, to invite more participation, especially with an understanding that both major parties are really going to be advertising the opportunity to vote early, and so to have that additional capacity, not just here at City Hall, but with a couple of other locations embedded in our community, I think that's a great thing for us to do. So encourage your support on that. So with that, I will move along to announcements from our council. Any comments from alders? Quiet bunch. Going once, going twice. All right, on to appointments. We've got one reappointment here. Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder DeLee. Comments here? Alder Grant?
Can I just get clarification on the address listed? I looked at it and it's UWGB.
Oh, that's good. Good point. Yeah, that would be a professional address.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is he a representative?
Alder Hinkfist?
Is he a representative of GB on the committee, or is he a representative at large?
No, he's just representing himself.
Okay, so then it should be a home address.
Yeah. I don't know if that would be a question for our city attorney, if a particular type of address is required, or
For,
for appointees.
I don't recall exactly what the requirements are for Equal Rights Commission, whether the person has to be
I
a
don't think it's
resident of
specific
the
to,
city.
no, it's not specific to Equal Rights Commission. It's more of a question of addresses that are required for appointees to any of our boards and commissions, and which address needs to be provided.
As long as, the address verification has gone through the mayor's, process, with appointment, that should be sufficient.
Okay, sounds good. Any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay? The ayes appear to have it. With that, we'll move along to ordinance's second reading for adoption. Alder Johnson makes a motion to suspend the rules and take up these items with one roll call vote. Seconded by Alder Prophet. Discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have the rules are suspended. Motion to adopt made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Prophet. Discussion here? Seeing none, we will use the board.
so, just a moment. May vote. Did you see it? Try it again. Oh. And you may vote now. Do you see it, Alder Hinkfist?
And I did not sign in either because I'm looking at common council.
Okay, so how would you like to be
Mr.
recorded?
Wilkett, can you provide some assistance?
Okay, give me a second. Oh, you may display.
All right, and those are adopted unanimously. Now on to those items that we moved up. So we've got T2, which is quasi judicial hearing on revocation of Class B license at Madrid Tapas, 225 East Walnut. Hearing adjourned from the Common Council meeting on May 21st, 2024. On that one, Attorney Bungert?
Yes, so this is a reconvening of the quasi judicial hearing we had at the last council meeting. If you all recall, testimony was provided, and then we went into closed session for deliberation. Coming out, council requested to adjourn the hearing to this date, and for the respondent to be able to provide additional evidence or information regarding progress for opening, or reopening the establishment. Before we move forward, I wanted to verify for the record if the respondent is in attendance at this point in the meeting. Okay, I'm not seeing the respondent.
Question?
So we could hold this matter over until she arrives. And at that point, council can decide at what point during the meeting when we want to revive this. Otherwise, it can be just held until the end of the meeting.
Alder Weary, did you have a question?
No, that was actually, thank you, Mr. Mayor, going to be my suggestion. I think last time she was at the very end, so it was midnight, so she probably figured I'd have a lot of
Sure.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So motion to put this at the foot of the calendar? Made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder DeLee. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that'll be handled at the end of our agenda. On to T4, consideration for possible action on establishing polling locations and alternate in-person absentee voting sites for the 2024 fall primary and general elections in the city of Green Bay. Motion on that? Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet. Seconded by Alder Presley. I believe we have some folks in attendance, so. Motion to open the floor made by Alder Eck. Seconded by Alder Prophet. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open.
So you want, yes, if you want to do the ones that they submitted comments first?
That'd be great.
Okay.
Yeah, going with those, do you have a question? Going with those folks who had submitted comments or requests to speak online first. So first is Dawn Smith. And just a reminder for folks, we offer 3 minutes for testimony. And then just need your name and address.
Hi, I'm Dawn Smith, 1100 Kellogg Street. I am the president of the League of Women Voters Greater Green Bay. I've also been a poll worker for the city of Green Bay for over 15 years, and I've also worked early voting here at City Hall. My organization is full of members who feel passionately about the accessibility of voting, the importance of having everybody who is legally able to vote have that opportunity. And I'm just here on behalf of the League of Women Voters and myself as a election employee to show my support for expanding early voting and making it more accessible for our community. Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions for Ms. Smith? Great.
Good.
Thanks for all your years.
Thank you.
Ms. Smith used to be a poll worker at my polling location before we crossed the river, so appreciate that.
Denise Hutchison?
Denise Hutchison is next up.
I'm not sure if she's.
Denise Gomer Hutchison. Some of the people are saying they can't hear us in the crowd. Okay. It's about as loud as we can get, Bill. It's at 90% of volume, so.
Denise Gomer Hutchison, 3184 Hermans Road. I'm here tonight in support of the early voting expansion. As you can probably tell, I'm a League of Women Voters board member, but I'm also a poll worker, and I had an opportunity to work early voting in a number of locations, and really here. And what I found was the response from people of having the opportunity to be able to vote and to be able to vote in person and to be able to do it within the guidelines of their work environment and their school and things like that. And this expansion of early voting is so critical and so important. And I also had with Alder Weary, I had the opportunity to do the drive-in voting when it was outside here, and how effective that was and how important it was to people who have needs other than being able to get in and out of their car and in and out of our voting locations. So I really hope that you will pass the expansion of this early voting. It's critical to people, and it's a real statement to democracy in our community. So thank you.
Thanks. Any questions for our guest? All right. Thanks so much. Karen Schley is up next.
Hi, good evening. My name is Karen Schley. I live at 820 Ethel Avenue on Green Bay's west side. Many of you probably recognize me as someone who has been attending your meetings for the last few years. I represent the League of Women Voters, and I attend these meetings to identify issues that may be of importance to the League. Tonight, you are discussing one of the issues that is of major importance to the League, and that is the issue of early voting. A voting system that is free, fair, and accessible to all citizens is important. As eligible voters' lives become more complex, confining voting hours to an 8 or 12-hour period is not reflective of how most voters live. Expanding early voting programs is a crucial way to modernize the system. It adds flexibility and convenience, reduces the stress on the voting system on Election Day, makes shorter lines, and improves poll worker performance. Also, it allows additional time to recognize and correct registration problems, that's really good. And most importantly, allows people who are working on Election Day to have the opportunity to cast their ballots. As a poll worker for 25 years, I have seen many problems that can be corrected by expanding voting hours and locations. The League recognizes the fact that we have early voting, but we feel that the program needs to be expanded to increase the number of early voting locations, expand the hours of these locations, how long they can be open, and provide weekend voting, including the weekend before Election Day. Also, emphasis should be placed on educating the voting public as to the advantages and convenience of early voting. Thank you for allowing me to address the council. I hope the League of Women Voters, as well as the voters of Green Bay, can count on you to vote yes to expand the times and locations for early voting. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions for our guests? Right. And thanks for almost always attending our meetings. We appreciate it.
I missed a few.
Lynn Gerlach is next.
Lynn Gerlach, 483 St. Bernard Drive, Green Bay, Wisconsin. Hello, alders and staff. It's so good to see you. Those of you who know me would not be surprised if I tell you I did a little research, okay? So my story's going to be a little different. Some people might think that early in-person voting really got started with the pandemic, but the fact is that by 2008, 13% of Americans were voting in early in-person opportunities. By 2012, it was 18% of American voters. And did you know that we have 4 states in this country in which the majority of total votes cast is almost always done early in person in those 4 states. Wisconsin is not one of them. The Brennan Center for Justice points out that there are 2 good reasons to expand early in-person voting. One, of course, is to make voting accessible because that is the foundation of democracy. But the second one is to enable local election administrators a chance to mitigate some of the stresses of a busy election day. For example, a chance to run and calibrate voting machines in advance. They can recheck their electronic systems. They can fine-tune their poll site management. They can eliminate small glitches that would lead to major errors with the increased pressure of a big election day. You have 2 wonderful sites available for this. I live across the street from one of them, and I can tell you there's plenty of parking, there's no busy streets, and it is a completely accessible building. I can't think of a better thing for you to do than to expand to these 2 sites. I am a member of the League of Women Voters, and I am a poll worker, and I just think it makes sense for you to vote yes for this, so I urge you to do so.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Thanks a lot.
Sam Liebert.
Sam Liebert up next. Sam Liebert joining us? Oh.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, coming through loud and clear.
Great, thank you. My name is Sam Liebert. My address is 435 High Street in Pewaukee, Wisconsin. Good evening, members of the council, Mayor Genrich, city officials, and fellow community members. My name is Sam Liebert, and I'm the Wisconsin State Director for All Voting is Local, a nonpartisan nonprofit organization that's dedicated to ensuring that every voter can participate in our democracy. I'm here tonight to strongly advocate for the proposal to increase the number of early in-person absentee voting locations in Green Bay from 1 to 3. I come to you this evening not just as a voting rights advocate, but also as a former municipal clerk. First, I just wanted to highlight the importance of accessibility in voting. Green Bay is a growing and diverse community, and our voting infrastructure must evolve to meet the needs of our residents. Currently, with only 1 voting location, many voters face significant barriers, including long wait lines, limited parking, and inconvenient hours. By expanding to 3 locations, we can reduce these barriers and make voting even more accessible to everyone. Adding more early voting locations is not just about convenience, but it's also about ensuring equitable access to the ballot. We know that certain groups, such as working parents, people with disabilities, and those that rely on public transit face greater challenges getting to the polls, and more locations mean that these voters have a better chance to cast their ballots without undue hardship. Furthermore, having multiple early sites can significantly reduce congestion and pressure on Election Day. This helps to ensure that all voters, whether they vote early or on Election Day, can do so efficiently and securely. It also provides a safeguard against potential disruptions such as inclement weather or unexpected emergencies that could impact a single voting site. Data and experience from other cities have increased early voting locations show a positive impact. These cities often see higher voter turnout, reduced wait lines, and improved voter satisfaction. For example, Milwaukee's expansion of early voting sites has been widely regarded as a success, demonstrating that such measures can effectively increase voter participation and trust in the election process. On a personal note, my entire family is originally from Green Bay. The city holds a special place in my heart, and I have a deep appreciation for its rich history and vibrant community. I want to see Green Bay thrive and continue to be a place where every resident has equal opportunity to participate in our democratic process. And by increasing the number of early voting locations, we make that commitment and honor the legacy of those who have called Green Bay home for generations. In conclusion, increasing the number of early in-person absentee voting locations from 1 to 3 is a crucial step towards a more accessible, equitable, and efficient voting system. It is an investment in our democracy and commitment to ensuring that every eligible voter has the opportunity to make their voice heard. I strongly urge the council tonight to approve this proposal and demonstrate your commitment to the democratic process and making it easier for all Green Bay residents to exercise their right to vote. Thank you for your time and consideration tonight, and congratulations on getting the draft. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liebert, for the testimony. Any questions for him? Seeing none, all right, we'll move along to those who have joined us in person. So first on the list is Sally Ann Brickner.
My name is Sally Ann Brickner, and I reside at 3110 Nicolay Drive. I have lived in Green Bay since 2017, but worked in the area prior to that for 40-plus years. Tonight, I ask our Common Council to support establishing an additional polling location on Green Bay's east side and another on the west side for alternate in-person absentee voting for the August primary and fall general election. I believe that doing so would benefit our voters and our city. In the early 2000s, I volunteered with Project Vote of Brown County, a nonpartisan initiative founded by Glenn Thielot and others when they participated in Leadership Green Bay. Project Vote continues to promote voter turnout in Brown County. I believe that establishing 2 additional sites for in-person absentee voting would promote voter turnout by making it easier for voters to cast their ballot at a time and in a location that works best for their work and childcare schedules. The 2 new locations would help spread out voting, thereby alleviating the risk of having excessively long lines in the city clerk's office, lines which inconvenience voters who have busy schedules. I'm a civic-minded poll worker for the city of Green Bay. Having direct experience with Election Day procedures, I perceive that additional locations for in-person absentee voting creates more safe alternatives for vulnerable populations who could avoid the crush of voters on Election Day. Furthermore, 2 new sites have the potential to reduce the burden and stress for our election officials on Election Day. The resolution before the Common Council this evening would create a more civically engaged Green Bay, thus adding to our city's reputation as one of the most desirable places to live in the USA. For these reasons, I'm asking you to vote in favor of the proposal to add 2 additional polling locations for in-person absentee voting, one on the east and one on the west sides of town, so that Green Bay voters have equal access to early voting. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? All right, thanks again. Next, we have Ted Devine.
Ted Devine, 3267 Westway Drive, Green Bay. I've been a history teacher in this, retired now, but in this area for 30 years. And one of my main goals was for students to connect the past with the present. And what better way than to give them access to easy voting? I don't have a long list of all this stuff, but I think making voting accessible to all people, whether they have transportation problems, physical mobility problems, I think it's a great idea. And so I encourage a yes vote on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? All right, thanks again. Next up, we have Pania Tao.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Pania Tao, 2421 Jubilee Drive. Thank you so much for letting me speak in support of expanding early voting locations in Green Bay. This expansion is crucial in ensuring that our residents have equal access to their right to vote. Today, I come to you as someone who calls Green Bay my hometown. Before, I am an organizer and civic engagement coordinator at 9 to 5 National Association for Working Women. I was a refugee child growing up on the west side of Green Bay in poverty. From Chapel Elementary to Franklin Middle School and West High School, my ideology of what it means to be an American was learned from our Green Bay school systems. And from this ideology, I learned that the epitome of what it means to be an American is our freedom of speech and our right to vote. The first thing my parents heard after they finished and passed their citizenship test was that they now had the right to vote. But how could they utilize this right to vote when they could not drive, cannot read, write, nor speak English? There are so many barriers for people of color in marginalized communities to utilize their right to vote. Accessibility should not be one of them. And today you have the power to change this and increase accessibility to voting by expanding the early voting locations in Green Bay. As you consider this expansion, I want you to think of the mothers who are working without childcare, low-income families who have to work 2 jobs to make ends meet, and also individuals who are taking care of their loved ones who are sick but do not have access to paid leave. Their voice matters, and it should be heard at the polls. This expansion is a benefit for all residents, and it will encourage better voter turnout and participation. So I urge you all to vote yes on expanding early voting locations in Green Bay on both the east side and the west side so that we can ensure democracy is here and it's inclusive. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Any questions? Thank you. Next up, Casey Hicks.
Hello, Alders. My name is Casey Hicks. I live at 1019 Emily Street, Green Bay. And just about 2 years ago, I was here at City Council, and I was extremely proud to be a resident then, but then, of course, now I always am proud to be a resident in Green Bay. But I was extremely proud then because the City Council voted unanimously to expand early voting hours to evenings and weekends 2 years ago. And before I get into any reason why I feel locations need to be expanded, I first just want to recognize and say thank you to the alders that voted for that 2 years ago. So thank you, Alder Eck, Alder Weary, Alder Stevens, Alder Morgan, Alder Hutchison, Alder Johnson, Alder Galvin, and I know you're no longer on the council, but thank you also, Steve Campbell, former Alder Steve Campbell, for voting yes on that. And Oh, sorry, thank you, Alder Grant. I'm sorry, you're all the way at the other end over there.
Mark Stoyer is here too.
And Mark
So,
Stoyer,
yeah,
yes. Sorry, I missed you over there too. There's a lot of people to thank. In any case, thank you all, and I just want to say that I was extremely proud because I really believe that as Americans, the right to vote is the most fundamental and important right and freedom that we have. And it's for that reason that I feel that we need to expand early voting locations, because folks have sacrificed their lives, they put their lives on the line to protect that freedom for us. And it's because it's incredibly important. I really believe that every single voter should be able to get out and vote, but the truth of the matter is there's a lot of barriers to voting for people. The first time I saw a barrier to voting was in 2016 when I was a student at UW Green Bay, and I was making my way through the student union, and I saw a line of voters outside the door because they were excited to go vote in the April primary that year. There were a lot of exciting for candidates for people, and there were a lot of people in line. And I know students who had to leave that line in order to go to class or go to work, and they weren't able to vote that day. Just this past April even, saw another example of life getting in the way. I read the weather and planned accordingly, or at least tried to plan as best as I could to go vote early because I knew that it was going to be snowy and sleety. And sure enough, it really was. And it got really bad after 3 p.m. So if you were a working person getting off of work and then trying to go to the polls, it was dangerous to go. If you were going to be out driving or walking, my house had a power outage the next day, and I know a lot of other folks did. So that's just a really good example of something that is difficult to plan for but affects folks. And for a really close set of friends of mine, they're expecting their first child on November 7th, 2 days after the election. And I know many of you are parents, grandparents, and you understand that babies don't always come on the due date. So they might be signing a birth certificate that day and not filling out their ballot. In any case, more early voting locations could have helped in a lot of these situations and can still help people going forward. And no matter who you're voting for, where you live in the city, you should be able to exercise your right to vote. And expanding early voting locations helps people to navigate those transportation barriers that folks have mentioned, to navigate disabilities or differing abilities that they may have, mobility issues. To have an early voting location really close to them in their neighborhood can make a huge difference for them to be able to get out and plan accordingly to vote.
Mr. Hicks, you're at 3 minutes.
Okay. In any case, I just want to urge you all and say, please vote for expanding early voting locations, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thanks so much. Any questions? All right. Thanks for the testimony. Next, Jeanette Cannell.
My name's Jeanette Cannell, 3003 Emma Lane Drive. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I've been voting every election since I turned 18 years old in 1976. That's how important the right to vote is to me. Fortunately, I have always been able to make necessary concessions to go to vote. The employers I worked for were flexible and allowed time to vote on election day. When my children were young, my parents lived close by and were able to provide childcare so I could vote easily. In the wake of the COVID pandemic, we have all learned how deadly a virus can be, and some people need to be very cautious avoiding crowded events because of their health concern. Early voting allows people to cast their ballot in a wider time frame so their work, family, and health concerns are not greatly impacted. Yet, here in Green Bay, we still have constraints on early voting access. Adding 2 additional locations, one on the east side and one on the west side, will decrease the wait times for early voting at the clerk's office, provide additional convenient locations to the voters, improving their ability to participate in the election, and lessening the stress on the voters and staff. I'm a poll worker, and I've seen the impact of longer wait times on election day for people to cast their ballot. The poll worker needs to check the voter in, verify their ID and address, and then provide them with the appropriate ballot. It sounds straightforward and not too difficult, yet when voters have been waiting longer than expected, it becomes stressful for the voter and the poll worker. By opening 2 additional early voting locations, it provides all voters, no matter what their political preference, more flexibility to cast their ballot with shorter wait times and less stress for all concerned. We as a city need to give more opportunity to all eligible voters to cast their ballot without having to compromise their work, family, or themselves. Decreasing wait times for early voting and on election day will improve the experience for all poll workers and voters. Voting is a privilege, a right, and an honor. I'm asking you to support the approval of the 2 voting locations, one on the east side and one on the west side. Thank you.
Thanks so much, ma'am. Any questions? Right. Quick note, we have a celebrity in our midst. Jerry DeShane, who's the Executive Director for the League of Wisconsin Municipalities, in town to provide a little bit of a training for, especially for our new alders. But
They need it. They know everything.
right. That's what they tell me. No, but thanks so much for being here to offer that training, and thanks for all the work that you do on behalf of all local communities within the state of Wisconsin.
You're welcome. Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. Next, we have Emily Smith.
Hi, everyone. I'm Emily Smith. Thanks for having me here and letting me speak. I'm a lifelong Green Bay resident. I'm a parent. I am the granddaughter of Mary Lou Bashy, and I'm the executive director of financial development for the Greater Green Bay YMCA. As a parent, I celebrated 2 things when the school year ended. One, my daughter Eloise graduated from kindergarten. Big deal, yes. And 2, I successfully got her to school and my other daughter every day on time this school year. That's a big deal, especially since Aldo Leopold caught on fire and I had to cart them out TWGB. Now, if you're not a parent, that might not seem like a big deal, but as a parent, if you are one, you understand that every day the struggle is real. Whether it's getting your child to school, finding time to do your taxes, getting your kid to soccer, or just finding time to shove some food in your mouth so you can get through the day, it is constant. It's a hustle. And so, that's one of the reasons I came here to support expanded hours and voting locations, because I'm lucky enough to be in a situation where I have an employer that supports me and that gives me the flexibility I need to get out and go vote. And I have a spouse that's supportive and helps me organize my thoughts so that when I want to vote early or get an absentee ballot, I can actually sit down and work on my laptop without running to go do something. Not everyone has that opportunity like I do. There are a lot of parents out there that are just trying to get through the day, all of us really, and so forth. As I mentioned, I'm also Mary Lou Bashy's granddaughter. My grandmother is 94 years old. She lives on her own. About 2 years ago, she decided to no longer drive. She said it was probably in the best interest of everyone, and I would agree with that. That means she's reliant on other people to get her where she needs to go, to the grocery store, to church, and to go vote. Now, yes, she could vote absentee, but my grandma, she can barely figure out how to turn her cell phone on, okay? So going on and logging in and registering and getting the absentee ballot is a difficult thing for her, but she knows how to vote, and she wants to be able to exercise that right. Now, my grandmother also struggles with mobility issues, and it's gotten worse over the years, as I think we all will when we get to the age of 94. And that means that when it's cold out or it's raining, it might not be the right day for her to go outside. And so having that extra flexibility and extra hours is very important for her. And then finally, I speak on behalf of the Greater Green Bay YMCA. We have over 40,000 members, and I'm really blessed to be part of that community in addition to the Green Bay community and to have the Green Bay community support as a YMCA executive director. At the Y, we believe voting isn't just a civic duty, it's also a key part of strengthening our community. Voting is associated with positive benefits for community members and nonprofits like the Y.
Ms. Smith,
yep.
3 minutes.
Okay. According to the Center for Information Research on Civic Learning Engagement, voters are more likely to volunteer, they're more likely to be active in their community, to ask their elected officials and stay informed. And so it is really important that we give everyone that opportunity to keep our community, this great community we have in Green Bay, strong.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for your testimony. Any questions? Thanks again. Next up, Carl Huget.
fact to follow. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to address the council. My name is Carl Huget and reside at 1217 Gross Avenue, Green Bay, Wisconsin, 54304. I wish to go on record as supporting the proposal to increase the number of early voting locations in Green Bay. Doing so will make it easier for people to vote, as you've already heard. Time and distance to a polling location and hours of operation all impact the ability of individuals to vote. And as you've heard, that is a real challenge. I know what was caring for my mother. The proposal answers these issues in a very positive manner, and I urge the council to adopt it. Thank you for your time, and in advance for your support of this change. Thank you again. Goodbye.
Thanks so much for your testimony. Just a quick question for you, Mr. Huget. Are you interested in speaking on the veterans development as well, Mr. Huget?
What?
Just a quick question. You have on here that you'd like to speak on the veterans development as well. Do you want me to?
I didn't want to speak on it.
Okay.
I just wanted to register in favor of it.
Very good. Okay.
Thank
Thanks so
you very much.
Next up, we have Sandy Juneau.
Good evening, Sandy Juneau, 616 Dauphin Street in Green Bay, Village Valley. I didn't get John Shelton's talking point, so what I'm telling you is going to be different from the rest of the people that probably preceded me. Mine is going to be based on my knowledge in my former job as chief election official in the county for Brown County as Brown County clerk. That'll be based on my knowledge of the procedures, the statutes, and opinions that had come down from attorneys. I can't say I'm neither for or against having alternate sites. What I found very frustrating is when this came out, there was absolutely no information about what the plan is. As far as political parties go, they're very active with having observers. I think they need to be a part of the process where we know what's going on and what the plan is. But I also wanted to let you know that in November of 2020, Green Bay had over 35,000 absentee ballots cast. So certainly, I think there maybe is a need to have more than one site. And, as the statutes say, they need to be as close to the clerk's office as possible. The downside of this is when you adopt alternate in-person absentee voting places, at that point, the municipal clerk, the city clerk's office, will not be doing any of those duties. So you know that nobody will be going down to City Hall to vote absentee. They will not be registering there or returning absentee ballots during that 2-week period when in-person absentee voting takes place. So I think that's something that you need to be aware of. And with the sites, I think a plan would have really been helpful because as we look at the locations, they sound great. But when we're talking about Johnsonville, we're talking about Packers training camp. We're talking about Packer games. We're talking about the Expo Center. So we have to also know what's going on the schedule around those areas and how it's going to impact the people you're sending there. And with the churches, you always have the school or church activities going on. So I really think, the best thing you could do for the citizens, political parties, and any other interest party is come out with a plan and explain what your plan is. And that's all I have.
Thanks. Any questions for our guest? Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Ms. Juneau. In your point, and we'll talk to staff about this too, I'm sure, after, but your point about how the clerk's office won't be able to function while these are open, to the best of your knowledge, do you know if 2 alternate sites can be open at the same time?
I believe they can.
Okay.
I think from the way my understanding is, once you adopt this resolution for the alternate sites, then that will put forth those sites to be used, and then the clerk's office will not be doing those activities during that, 12 days or whatever it is. Once in-person absentee voting is over, then people can drop their ballots off at the clerk's office, but it's just during that in-person absentee voting period that those activities won't be at City Hall.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, Alder Morgan.
I'm not sure if I'm reading this resolution right or not, but I believe I was told that a third site would be across the hall from the city clerk's office. Do you know if that's proper or allowed, or?
That's a question for your attorney. It may still be considered part of the city clerk's office. I know that if you would do that, that certainly, on behalf of the party I belong to, we would probably challenge that. So it's something that I think you would probably need to get an opinion on before moving forward.
Thank you.
Alder Grant?
Thank you, Mr. Juneau. You talked about involving the county parties. Do you see any issues finding enough observers to observe 3 locations for 12 days?
Well, right now, from what I believe, you only will have 2 locations. Certainly, you know, it is always a challenge to find people that are willing to take time out of their day to observe. There is a lot of interest amongst people to do that. You know, once they're trained and they know, they learn how the process is supposed to go. That wouldn't be a problem. I think the biggest problem with having a change is making sure that the people in the city of Green Bay are well aware of what's happening. Because I can tell you, in 2020, Green Bay messed up several times, and they messed up big. And I would certainly hate to see that happen again in 2024. That's one of the reasons I'm here. It's like, I'm not saying it's right or wrong to have additional places. What I'm saying is, let's put a plan together and get some of these questions answered to make sure that it's a workable plan.
Thank you.
Thanks. Alder Hutchison?
You said you and your party would object to having an early voting location in City Hall other than the clerk's office. Why would you object?
Because of the way the statutes are written, when they take alternate, when they do alternate sites, what they're doing is they're waiving the right to have those activities in the city clerk. So we would challenge that.
But why? I mean, the city clerk's office is the city clerk's office. If there's another room in the building that's doing that function, why would you fight that?
I'm just saying that the way the statute and the opinions have come back, that's not how they're being interpreted. So you would be looking for a new interpretation of those statutes, and that's why we would challenge it, to make sure that, you know, whatever is happening is in compliance with the statutes.
Okay.
And we would do that for any municipality that did that, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions? Alder Presley, then Alder Galvin.
Thank you, Ms. Juneau. So if we were to, I mean, we'll talk to staff, and if they, they have rationale for why this is an acceptable plan as it's laid out now. And we do, I mean, we have months now until the primaries, and we're able to get that information out to people. Is that your only concern? If we were to alleviate those concerns, would you be okay with these, or would, in your opinion, would you favor these sites?
If it's in compliance with statutes and legal opinions, that's all we're asking. And my reason for being here is to make sure you're aware of what you're voting on and the impact it may have if these changes are made. Make sure you're prepared.
Thank you.
Alder Galvin.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you for your knowledge on this situation, Ms. Juneau. I appreciate you sharing with us. In the statute, I'm reading from the statute here, 6.855 subsection 1, near the top, it says, let me see, The designated site shall be located as near as practical to the office of the municipal clerk. And when I look up the word practical, it says likely to succeed or be effective in real circumstances or feasible. So if we were to have two sites, one east, one west, to try and cover those areas a little bit better, and then have one down here, actually in City Hall, but not in the clerk's office, would that seem practical to you?
I'm not attorney.
And I understand that.
I really believe that we would have to get a legal interpretation if they would find that to be in compliance. And I'm not here to answer that.
Right,
today.
and who do we go to for that opinion?
Who would you go to for that opinion?
For that legal
Probably
opinion?
WEC.
I'm sorry?
Probably WEC, because if there was a complaint, that's who you would file the complaint with.
With the Wisconsin Election
Yeah.
Commission? All right, thank you so much.
Thanks. Any other questions? All right, thanks for your testimony. Next is Charles Frisk.
Charles Frisk, 560 Sunrise Circle, Green Bay. Pretty much everything's already been said, so I'll just say that voting is the backbone of democracy. And the more we can do to make it easy to vote, the better off we are. So I urge you to vote for the expanded voting sites and the expanded time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions? All right, next, Gloria DeGrave.
Hello, my name is Gloria DeGrave. My pronouns are they, them, theirs, and my address is 601 Rothy Street, Apartment 6. Our country is built on this idea that the voice of people matters. The reality is that many of our citizens experience significant barriers to having their voices heard at the ballot box. You've heard a lot about that tonight. When we have the opportunity to lower these barriers, we must. Some examples of barriers are strenuous work schedules, multiple work schedules, rigid and retaliatory employers, lack of transportation. Our public transit department works extremely hard. However, there are still people that fall out of the scope and cannot dedicate the amount of time that it takes to get from one side of town to the other and back again within their lunch hour or whatever it is that they need to use. Mental health disabilities that do make waiting in line extremely difficult for some people, but also might make it extremely difficult for them to remember to mail something in the mail in a timely manner. And that's just to name a few. If you deny the additional voting locations, what you're saying is that you don't want people to vote. You don't want poor people to vote. You don't want people in service jobs to vote. You don't want disabled people to vote. You don't want the single mom trying to do it all to vote. These voices are all so important. Those voices are our community. In 2020, I left work exactly when my shift was done and waited outside of West High School for 4 hours. My partner had to bring me a blanket and some hot tea to keep myself warm. I myself have used early in-person voting largely because of that experience. And it works really well for me to be able to pick which day I can block off time in my busy schedule of full-time work, medical appointments, and volunteering to come and vote. Not a single one of you sitting on this city council do not have people in your district that are reflected in some of the above categories or other categories that others have shared with you. You have a duty to your voters. Our elections team has proven themselves over and over again to be honest and trustworthy and ready to expand in order to serve all of our city. In closing, accessibility in voting is critical to the future of our country and has always been a key factor in our history. Please increase the number of in-person early voting locations.
Thanks for your testimony. Questions? All right, thank you. Next, Sigourney Vandeveer.
Good evening, I'm Sigourney Vandeveer. I reside at 163 Jacob Street in the Preble neighborhood. I work closely with a nonprofit organization and see an immediate need in our community for expanded voting access. I believe that we will have a more vibrant election cycle, more resilient, if we hear the voices of people in our community who may not otherwise have access to voting on Election Day. As we've heard throughout the evening, there are multiple barriers, which I'll repeat, are medical and health reasons, disability, transportation, amongst other obligations in your workplace and family life that may take precedence. So I urge the council to please vote on behalf of early voting locations in our city. This will provide for us a more equitable, accessible, and inclusive future. We are stronger together. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your testimony. Questions? All right, thanks again. That's our list. If any other folks would like to speak, just feel free to approach the podium, state your name and address, and speak away.
Hi, my name's Steve Campbell, Alderman, ex-alderman of District 6. Recently, I've took
Address, sir?
Oh, sorry, 1207 North Dan's, sorry. I just recently went through a very expensive class for 15-and-a-half-hour crash course on the voting process. There's a lot of people here in the group here behind me that I've seen their signatures, witnessed their signatures, witnessed their witness signatures, and have hundreds of hours stuck in this. The reason that I did the recount was for two reasons. One, it was 15 votes, okay? And second, and I will come up with a whole bunch of points here that, and questions that I want to have you guys ask yourself in the process here. So what I learned about everything is not only the ballots, how many people bring them in, who signs them, who witnesses them. These are done early absentee. Now, I want to state for the record, I represented my people, and I'm still will represent my people and stand for my people. I have no problem with early absentee voting. I voted early absentee in 2020. I was number 52 voting, standing in line for over an hour, okay? Reason being is I'm a hunter, and that's prime week of hunting. That's why I went and did it. Everyone knows we had a lot of problems in 2020. I was blown away by the full hallway of carts stacked this high with absentee ballots. I think the count was 30,000. Our presidential race was 20,862 votes, all right? So think of that. If there was 30,000 here, and recently a clerk in Racine County got caught putting in 30,000 absentee ballots, all right? That could swing a pretty important decision for the people. With that said, I'm all for, I did vote, thank you, on extending the hours. I think if everybody gets an opportunity, everyone's busy today in their busy lives and hunting and whatever it might be. So, but I just want you to ask these few questions. Like I said, I pretty much know the process. I know all the definitions. I know all the reasons. I know the chain of custody. And there's a lot to these absentee ballots, okay? You got to ask yourself, are we going to have security? Since we had a security issue in 2022 spring, what's going to ensure we have security in these other locations? One question. No answers. The chain of custody this year was changed with WEC, okay? I've done a lot of research, hundreds of hours. I'm not totally 100% on this, but I know where to look and I know where to get the answers. And I suggest you guys look up some of these. I think Ms. Juneau here brought up a lot of questions. Is this even legal? I think what she was getting at and it was asking, there was a lot of questions here that were asked. And I find it rather weird that this was passed through with no committee work done on it. Nah, I'm pretty experienced here and I kind of know what that's all about.
Sir, your 3 minutes have expired.
Well, then I'll finish up. Just throw a couple things in. 10 minutes before 8 this year, there was 38 ballots brought in the crummy weather, all right? What's going to happen if we have other locations here, and who's delivering them, and what's the chain of custody? The chain of custody from WEC that changed this year was pretty abused from what I found out with my research, all right?
All right, thanks for your testimony, sir. Questions from council?
Any questions?
Alder Presley?
Hello, Mr. Campbell.
How you doing there, sir?
I was also in that room with you for 16 hours, so I've observed how the elections go. I did want to ask, do you have any rationale, sources, evidence to back up the claims that you have about, well, I'm not sure exactly what your claims were, but the claims about votes being meddled with or anything like that? Does that come from a source, or is that just conjecture?
I'm not to that resolution yet. I haven't come to that conclusion yet. If there's anything that's come here, I might ask citizens of our district, 50, 60 of them, maybe more. I've asked them, did I feel like I stole their vote from them? And they went, no, absolutely, you reassured it. And if there's one thing good that came out of all this, or could come out of all this, is that there was no fraud. There was no mistakes. If anything, that's reassured voter integrity. And I ran on that, both cycles. So this is kind of close to my heart here. It wasn't just because I lost to you by 16 votes, all right? It was really there's some good that can come out of bad, there's some bad that can come out of good, you know? So I just want everybody to be careful and ask yourself all these chain of custodies. There's going to have to be chain of custody. There's going to have to be sign-offs. There's going to have to be bags and tags and daily. Does the stuff return back to City Hall every single day? What's the check and balance here? We can't go backwards here. We fought hard in the last couple of years to bring it to what I'm trying to prove, good or bad.
I mean, I don't want to draw this out any further, but you're asking us to consider more information. What do you have solid for us to consider?
Solid is everything I say. There's chain of custody. I didn't get the packet. It sounds like nobody got a packet. There's no explanation here of the program. Usually this is a process to bring to council. I just have to ask why that wasn't done this time. And when I seen a post that for everybody to get down here and do it, rah, that's a red flag to me, all right? So just the issue and ensuring integrity in the voters, I'm sure if everyone knew wide and far, there'd be hundreds of people here in Green Bay, okay? There was 6,000 absentees handed out. 994 of them weren't returned. So that's pretty good participation. 30,000 is a lot. I mean, we're gonna realize that early voting is absentee voting, okay? Where is the check and balance, okay? Where is the custody? How long is it gonna take to count all these? There's a lot of questions. There's no packet, there's no rules. WEC has the rules. I think Ms. Juneau brought up a point, not saying I think you can have alternate locations, but then you have to give up your central. I think that's what it is. I haven't had time to look into it, but I think that's, just to clarify, that's from what I've said. But like I said, it's about restoring integrity, no matter how it's done, even if it costs a lot of money and a lot of time. And that's what I've committed to. So,
All right,
hope you learned something too.
Any other questions? All right, thanks, sir. Any others who'd like to speak? Anyone else? All right, I'll entertain a motion. Motion to close the floor made by,
Oh, I don't know.
okay. Motion was made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Eck. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. So we have a motion and a second. Discussion from council on this item. Alder Weary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to all those who came today and showed such passion for voting. That's excellent. Is there a deadline that this needs to be submitted by to the state? And what is that?
There is. Attorney Bungert or Clerk Jeffries, whoever wants to. Clerk Jeffries, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Alder Weary, it doesn't have to be submitted to the state. It has to be, you have to make a decision by June 12th. which is for alternate sites. So that would be by tomorrow, and then tomorrow I need to give these sites to, and this information to the county to publish.
Appreciate it, thank you. I know it had been asked by some why this didn't come to a committee, maybe to present a plan and answer questions. That would be my question.
Right, so I had some difficulty securing a West Side site. A lot of our community partners are on the west side, are churches. So we did secure Johnsonville Tailgate Village, and so I was a little late in making sure everything was together. And additionally, we do bring things to council directly when there's a resolution, and so that's what we're doing tonight.
Would you be willing to present to the Protection and Policy a plan addressing some of the issues that came up and that we might have tonight?
Yeah, I can answer a lot of your questions about cost and rationale, and obviously, we have a ballot security plan put in place. I can answer those questions tonight, and I'd be happy to provide a report to Protection and Policy for your information. And the next PNP meeting is next Monday, and then that would come as an informational item to council on the 25th.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be appreciated. It did come up, would these be open the entirety, both sites?
Thank you for asking that question. So what we want to do is I want to make sure that we are successful. And so we have a lot of hours, 100 hours at City Hall, and being clear that voting will not take place in the clerk's office during that 2 weeks. It will take place across the hallway. So that's about 100 hours, especially for November. Then the alternate sites will be, when I look at our numbers from the last several elections regarding when people come to vote, and I'm going to use, for everyone's edification, this is in-person absentee voting. That's what it's called in the state of Wisconsin, but nobody knows what that is, and so early voting, so I'll use those terms interchangeably tonight. So what I notice with our early voting patterns is that people come at the end, right? They come Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So these two sites will be open in August, the 7th, 8th, and 9th. And then from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. to catch those people at the end of the day. And then November will be open October 29th, October 30th, October 31st, and then November 1st. We're keeping weekend voting here in City Hall for better control. 3 to 8 p.m. in November as well.
Appreciate it, that's great information. Polling observation? Has
Yes,
that been-
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and both of those sites, St. Bernard's is a polling location right now, JTV, Johnsonville Tailgate Village, which the poll workers loved in 2020. So those are very well-sized sites and very easy to accommodate observers who are an important part of our process in Wisconsin.
I don't suppose the workers get brats, do they?
That's a good question.
Maybe not, okay.
I can't answer that question.
Should look into that. All right, that's all I have for now, thank you.
Thanks. Next, Alder Johnson, then Alder Presley.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank the members of the public. You know, it's, whenever we have these issues and folks come here and kind of share their perspectives, I think it really helps create a better informed decision-making body. And so thank you for coming forward and sharing some perspectives maybe that we're not always familiar with. Just a couple of quick questions for staff. I presume that the additional cost required to staff this is budgeted and we don't need a funding source?
That is 100% correct.
Okay. And then, you know, I think, well, you know, one of the, more of a comment that I would just offer up, you know, I think a couple of years ago, you know, and this was really the side effect of the pandemic, we had a number of polling locations that changed because we couldn't re-secure them. And of course, it creates a lot of times confusion amongst the voters about where they need to go because habits form and people know where they go to vote. And so the one thing I would ask, I like this, proposal. I'm going to support this proposal. I encourage us to do that, but I think consistency is really important. So if there is a way for us to remain consistent for this, even into the future, that we're always going to offer an east side and a west side spot. Of course, things change and we can make decisions, but I like the consistency that people can rely on, knowing that they can go to the east side and the west side and have that predictability. So the other thing I'd point out is I really like that this actually has this maybe unintended consequence of closing the clerk's office off from performing this activity. And the reason I like that, recognizing you can go across the hall, of course, I like that separation because the clerk's office has regular business to conduct as well. And I think sometimes folks, come in and they want to get a dog license and they find themselves in a line of long voters. And so I almost like the way that creates that separation and allows people to still conduct regular business. And then the last thing, that I would just point out is I like Alder Weary's recommendation to maybe come to a committee and answer those questions. But I do think at the end of the day, there are very clear laws that our staff has to follow. And they're going to follow those laws because that's what we are charged to do. And so I don't really have concerns about them intentionally not following the laws, but I do think that there is a lot of health in a process that allows people to ask questions so that all of us can better understand those laws and make sure that we can be as supportive of our staff as possible, when those questions come to us from our residents. So I encourage support.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Presley, then Alder Eck.
I have a question for the clerk. Going off of what Ms. Juneau brought up, how is the electorate going to be made aware of these new locations?
So that's an excellent question. We actually have a little situation, Act 94, here in Wisconsin, which is going to cause my office to actually send postcards to all the voters, informing them of their ward and their polling location. Our polling locations haven't changed very much, thank goodness. There is one change which we can discuss at UWGB. But that'll be an opportunity for us to educate everyone, and those go to residents, not to voters. The other issues that we need to have some social media around that. Anyone who gets an absentee by mail ballot will have the information in their, inside their ballot. There's a uniform instruction that's in there. And then, it'll be on our website, it'll be on our doors here at City Hall. So there are a number of ways that we need to inform the voters. And indeed, voting is a habit. People do get into a habit of a kind of voting. And I think that it's important for us to have as many options as possible as we move forward and to explain those. And I would love people to look for, hey, is there a early voting location coming to where I live? Here in Wisconsin, in Green Bay, I'm sorry, I like to have Thursday night voting. I like to be open till 9 p.m. because not everyone lives a 9-to-5 life. We are open Saturdays before Election Day, Sunday before the November elections. So I want people to get into that habit of looking and asking. But yeah, we will do the postcards. We'll have social media, we'll have notices, it's actually going out in the notice for the county tomorrow, and put placards at City Hall.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alder.
I also want to have just from personal experience, when I lived in Madison briefly, they have multiple early voting locations, and I did go through that process. I just looked up early voting location near me. There was one on the bus route. It was very, very easy. So this is something that is done in other municipalities very effectively. So I am in support of this. I would say I would like to see in the future even more locations. Speaking from my district, the St. Bernard's and for some people in my area, St. Bernard's and City Hall are sort of equidistant. And so the Northeast and the Northwest potentially having additional locations I'd love to see, but this is a great start.
Thanks, Alder. Next, Alder Eck.
Thank you. Yeah, and I worked in the Sears building when during that period of time where there were several wards in the Sears building. I was a chief election inspector of one of the wards and served with Ms. Sulai. Yeah, she was the chief. She was a very good resource. And one of the things that there was a lot of confusion. People would come in and they were confused about where they were supposed to be. They just told me the process, they had a hard time finding where they needed to vote. There was quite a bit of that. So when I hear the different hours, I was trying to write it down. So if I'm understanding it, it's gonna be in the clerk's office during the day during these times, but then from 3 to 8 on the 7th, 8th, and 9th of August, and then there's some October and November 1st dates from 3 to 8. So is that what I'm understanding? It's still at the clerk's office during the day during those times?
So to clarify, it's not in the clerk's office. If you approve
Or
this
the one
plan-
across the hall?
Right, which
Yeah.
is definitely not the clerk's office. It's right now, it's a vacant space. There are 2 employees who are still in one part of that space. So, the city hall hours will remain the same, which essentially is 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. Then we have, toward November, we have 2 Saturdays. We have 2 evening hours in November, that last week before Election Day, and then Sunday before Election Day as well. In November only. We only do that for November. So, yes, this will be going on simultaneously. So the 2 alternate off-site sites, right, will be open a little later for those days, especially in November. So we're only doing the 2 late nights on the 30th and 31st in November, for instance, in the clerk's office until 9 p.m. And then the 30th and 31st, they'll be open, those sites will be open until 8 p.m. So there's some overlap. The short answer is there's overlap. So we're still open at City Hall, across the hallway, and we'll have overlap. So there's multiple, so on those days, there'll be 3 places for people to go to early vote.
Okay. All right, and just to clarify, because a lot of people who spoke, and I do appreciate everybody coming out, mentioned expanding hours and all of that. This is strictly about different locations, alternative locations. I just want to make that clarification, just because it was mentioned many times. So it's deciding on 3 additional locations, but one of them being in City Hall across the hallway from the clerk's office.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'm concerned about confusion. Just the explanation, it's gonna take a lot of getting out into the public and getting that information out there. Otherwise, people are gonna be confused, and that's the big thing. We don't wanna disenfranchise voters, but if they come down to, if they go one place and there's a sign that says you can't come here, you have to go somewhere else, it gets confusing. So, thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Galvin, then Alder Grant.
Thank you, Your Honor. My first question is for Attorney Bungert. The question about the state statute, have we discussed this with the WEC, or are we going based off of past case history with the WEC to make our decision here?
Sure, so I don't believe my office reached out to the WEC. I'm not sure if the clerk's office discussed with the WEC. To clarify, the WEC won't provide a legal opinion. Generally, they provide information as to what the law is, and they'll provide explanation and information as to what their particular administrative rules are, and provide kind of clarity on the election administration manual and the election day manual, but they won't give us a legal opinion. Their motto is consult with your municipal legal counsel as to getting an answer on a legal question. So to answer your question, no, we have not.
Okay, and then I guess for.
Reading, though.
Right, so my statutory reading is, absent ambiguity, you go off the plain language of the statute, much like you did. If a specific term isn't defined, you use the regular standard definition of the term. And the plain language of the statute says that it needs to be a site other than the office of the municipal clerk. There's no distance regulations, there's no restrictions that it can't be within the same building. And if you read that statute with the way the office of the clerk is interpreted in other sections regarding elections in state statutes, for example, absentee ballots on election day can only be returned to the clerk's office. which is specifically the office of the clerk, even though central count is happening also in the building. So I think with that interpretation, it's clear that the office of the clerk, where the actual mailing office or mailing address is designated, is very separate and distinct. And so I think that provides support for an interpretation that another room or facility within City Hall can operate as an alternate location.
Thank you.
Sure.
And so if someone does file a complaint with the WEC, will they then render a legal opinion or just their opinion?
They will then render an opinion on the complaint specifically and on the allegations that are alleged based on their interpretation of the law. And then those opinions and decisions can therefore then be appealed to circuit court and appellate court and so on and so on.
All right. And then for Clerk Jeffries, I was, with some of the testimony or statements given here today, reminded of the follow-up to the 2020 election. And as you probably better than I recall, there was a lot of scrutiny on that election in Green Bay as to chain of custody, who had access, things like that during that election. And so I appreciate Alder Weary asking for a detailed thing, and I look forward to seeing that, and I'm sure all that will be covered, so that, I guess, by educating, we put a stop to the people trying to spread rumors and innuendo and conspiracy theories and things like that, and save us a lot of trouble down the road if we cover it in the beginning before the election even happens. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Grant, then Alder Morgan.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you give us a brief plan? I guess for me, it's hard to vote yes to this without hearing part of a plan and having that follow after. Can you kind of reassure us, like security, chain of custody, are the
Sure.
ballots going to be returned every day on those locations?
Sure.
Thank you.
Those are all great questions. So I was not the clerk in 2020, but as a chief of staff, I did offer some assistance in creating some chain of custody documents. So I'll be using some of those, some of WC's, whatever they have to offer. So here's how the process works. So at the alt sites during IPAV, during that voting period, which is the two Tuesdays before Election Day, and it must end the Sunday before Election Day. So that's the period. Voters may vote, register, and return mailed ballots at those sites. So across the hall from City Hall, from the clerk's office, and if you approve it, JTV and St. Bernard's. Voters at those sites will use express votes. So an express vote, for those who don't know, it's a ballot marking device. And what it does, it's for ADA accessibility, but anyone can use an express vote. And I visited, actually, in a community west of us, they had Badger books, and they also use express votes for Election Day. So what it does is it prevents pre-printed ballots from being transported from one place to another. We transport thermal blank ballots, and the voter basically votes via express vote. And it's, you basically make your selections on screen, and if anyone hasn't used an express vote, they're very nice. You make your votes on screen. It verifies that these are your votes. It prints it out on a piece of paper, which is the thermal paper, which is given to us by ES&S. And you can actually see what your votes are. They're in barcodes, and they put on Election Day, when we open up the ballot envelopes, they will put the deputy clerk, the Chief Inspector Fugie, and our helpers on Election Day at Central Count will feed those ballots into our tabulator. So that's very important. Then we have ballot boxes that are blue. If you've been here at City Hall, you've seen our blue ballot boxes. They can be secured with zip ties. We will make sure that at the alt sites that are outside of City Hall, that we have one box for mailed ballots, one box for IPAV ballots, because I said people can return the ballots to those alternate sites that are mailed. And people do like to return mailed ballots in person, because sometimes it just takes people a long time to decide. And they like to say, hey, I can drop it off at City Hall and make sure my vote counts. So we'll have 2 separate ballot boxes at the alt sites, one for in-person voting, one for mailed ballots. The people who will be working there will use tracking sheets. They'll record the final number of ballots in each type, the walked-in mailed ballots, the iPad ballots, and they'll return them to City Hall, keeping track of the security zip tie numbers, et cetera, et cetera. Coming back to City Hall at 8:30, there'll be a staff member here, open everything up, just count to make sure that what we have in the boxes matches the number of actual ballots put in there. Then the following day, we can go into WisVote and actually see which ballots were entered in via WisVote, because that's what we use. So we can actually do a little bit of matching. We always alphabetize everything. So make sure that not only do we have the number of ballots that were collected or voted on at the alt sites, but the actual ballots from the people.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then one other question about so I know obviously we were part of the budget discussion in November.
Yeah.
And I see the last presidential, we had $334,320 budgeted. This year, we are budgeting $520,313. That's almost a $200,000 increase. I know Alder Brunette did ask during the budget discussion, why the increase, and I remember the explanation kind of being about for election year with the primaries. Was this part of the plan back in November?
When you approve the budget. So yes, and that, we pay poll workers more than we pay them now, We also have more help in the clerk's office to get us ready for the election and then to put the election to bed. I believe also in that amount was money for Badger Books, which is about $50,000. But the cost of doing these alt sites is about $23,000. And I do need $14,000 in equipment, but I currently have the funds. The funds were contemplated in November, and I also have funds remaining because we had a smaller February election than anticipated.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just one other note, there was significant private grant funding that came in 2020. So to compare the city funding in 2020 to 2024 is not totally apples to apples.
Perfect.
Next, Alder Morgan and then Alder Prophet.
I was wondering, are there any alternative sites, like for the west side, or, an old Shopko building, or will you have any alternative ones before our PNP meeting? I'm kind of questioning this tailgate one. I remember in my past in law enforcement having to go in some rural communities and taking down campaign signs that were too close to the front door of polling places. There were rules that, we had someone question, people were politicking at UWGB where people were voting in the past. I know that week in November, before the election, you're gonna see campaign signs spread all around the fences on Lombardi Avenue in that area. I don't remember the exact distance you can politic, but are we gonna look for some alternative spots? Because I think there could be a lot of possibilities of political activity going on at that site.
So unfortunately, Alder Morgan, I did look, and I did have another site, just in case this was what I was going to be left with. JTV is a great site. There's actually, the law is 100 feet for electioneering. Electioneering means wearing any kind of regalia. When you're in the polling location, it means putting up yard signs. As long as those yard signs are 100 feet from the polling location, even within that 100 feet, if it's on your private property, that's still allowed. There is no private property within 100 feet of JTV. It's all commercial. So I don't anticipate that will be an issue at JTV. Johnsville Tailgate Village, I think it's a great location. Like I said, a lot of poll workers really like working there. It's very open, it's very accessible, and a lot of people know where it is.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alder Prophet, then Alder Hinkfist.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also just wanted to thank all the overwhelming support that we had from members of the public tonight. I think if I counted correctly, it was all but one who was left on the fence due to security and legality questions. So with that in mind, I'd like to thank all the other alders who spoke before me because I think a lot of good questions were asked and answered. So with that, I'd like to reduce redundancy. There was just a few things I wanted to comment on. In my inquisitive nature, thanks to the clerk for educating me one thing to pinpoint with the members of the public talking about congestion at our polling locations. I was informed that one of our wards, or one site that used to host multiple wards, if I'm getting this correct, has since declined to host multiple wards due to concerns about congestion at some previous elections.
That is accurate.
Yeah, so with that in mind too, I love the idea of expanding to multiple different in-person absentee voting. I hope I'm getting the verbiage correct there. So I'd piggyback off of what Alder Presley said as well. I'd love to see in the future this get even bigger so that hopefully our in-person sites don't decline, because we do have 47 wards and that is a lot of sites to try and get. And then I'd also just like to piggyback. I don't believe you mentioned to have the hours on the website. Can I just ask if that was, I don't want to assume that's included, but just wanted to clarify that those hours would be posted on the city's website as well.
Yes, thank you for asking. And actually, there's something called an election plan that I create in WisVote. And so when you go into My Vote, which is to Alder X's question, when you go into My Vote, those hours are in My Vote. So any voter who wants to find out, where can I vote? When can I vote? What's my ward? It'll be in My Vote, as well as on the website, as well as maps.
Wonderful, thank you.
I'm going to get reduced redundancy printed on a T-shirt, I think. That's great. Alder Hinkfist.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to speak in support of the expanded voting locations. I've spoken to many of the residents, and getting downtown can be a problem, especially from the west side during busy hours. We have a lot of people that live in apartments, and I think that they will appreciate it. So assuming we can get around and make sure there aren't any issues with the laws, we need to look at expanding.
It's a wide river in this town, too, so. Any other?
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Any other questions, comments? All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it, and that motion is adopted. Okay. We also, we kind of put one of these items to the foot of the calendar. It's my understanding that the individual associated with item T2 is here.
I think a motion to remove T2 from the table.
Alder Johnson makes motion to take the item up at this time. Is there a second? Seconded by Alder DeLee. Attorney Bungert.
Yes, okay. So continuing on, we're picking up right where we left off, meaning everybody is still under oath. And at this point, it's council's pleasure whether you would like to hear any statements from the respondent, and then Assistant City Attorney Rachel Mays will be able to do a rebuttal on behalf of the city.
Okay. And Alder Johnson points out we didn't vote on taking that item up, so all in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, so that's before us.
Mayor?
Yes, Alder Galvin.
I don't want to throw, a wrench in this thing, but I wasn't present for the last one. I did watch it on, the recording, but, so should I participate in voting tonight, or should I hold off?
I don't
I mean,
think there, right, I don't think there is, were you able to read any of the record that was presented, or the minutes from the meeting to kind of familiarize yourself? Ultimately, it's gonna be your decision whether you think you have enough information to make a fair and impartial decision. But if you don't feel that you have enough, then you can certainly abstain.
All right, thank you.
So Attorney Bunger, were you asking if council would like to hear
Yes,
additional
yes,
testimony?
and I'm sorry, before we move on to the respondents, just want to confirm that nobody has had any additional communications or conversations with any of the parties that would preclude you or impact your impartiality. Nope, seeing none, okay, then we can proceed. so the respondent can step up. We don't need to, no, we don't need to swear her in. She's still under oath. She understands that she's still under oath.
I do understand.
And you can proceed.
All right. So I have everything set up for inspection on Monday, inspections on Monday. I hired a moving company. That's either happening tomorrow or Thursday, just to get the heavier things that I literally cannot lift myself. Does anybody have any other questions? I can go downstairs to city council. I'm at city council. I can go down to the city clerk and square away all the fees and licenses and pay, and then we can get the inspections done on Monday. And that is at 9 a.m., 9 to 11 a.m.
Any questions, Alder Grant?
Have you been in contact with the clerk just to kind of give her an update on that there is an inspection on Monday or how your progress has been going? Nope, I thought that was what today was for. Okay. Yep, no problem. Thank you. Okay.
Any other questions? Alder Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. Unfortunately, we don't have the documents in today's packet. And I'm trying to recall, there was the issue of the furniture, right, upstairs in the, like, living area inside the business, and so you're taking care of that. The, obviously, renewal of the fees, which you're gonna take care of, and of course, it's the non-operational for 60 days, and that kind of rectifies itself if you open.
When?
And so I'm trying to recall, was there anything, you said inspections, what was the other inspection that was scheduled?
Well, the building inspection, because our personal belongings were upstairs, is the real big one that was a hang-up. The other one that was mentioned was the fire extinguishers. Those were cured last year in June. Just re-updated them this week. And then the front floodlight, emergency floodlight, all the interior floodlights and the light above the exit doors worked, but the exterior one onto Walnut was not working. It is in operation now.
Okay, so if this body were to grant this in your favor, what would be your expected open date?
I would like to open next week.
Okay. That's all I had. Thanks, Mayor.
All right, thanks, Alder. Any other questions? Alder Eck?
In order to open next week, do you have everything lined up, staff, in your inventory, things like that?
Well, we still have, as far as inventory for like alcohol, we still have that. I already purchased all of the non-perishable food items, any produce and such. I will have to go shopping for. More than likely, I will just get Costco to deliver it, so I don't have to worry about it. Staff right now, I have 2 staff members, and we are going to open on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, until we get more adequate staff and training, get our feet underneath us, and then we can run.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Anything else? All right. Thanks again for being here. Oh, Alder Johnson, one for
staff.
Okay, very good, thank you. Alder Johnson?
When we've done these in the past, oftentimes we have to retreat to closed session and talk about findings of fact and conclusion. Is that something that is going to be required here, or is this a simple?
Yes, we should still go in and deliberate and come back out so that everyone is on the same page.
Okay, well then, in which case, then I would make a motion to go into closed session.
I would pause on that,
Yep.
Alder, simply so that we can allow Assistant City Attorney Mays to be able to present her rebuttal arguments.
Yep, of course. Yep, I would.
Yep.
And get a second, so it fails for lack of a second.
No.
All right, Attorney Mays.
Good evening, Alders. So if I've got the language of the motion correct from the last meeting that this item was brought up, Alder Johnson, you motioned to invite the respondent back to report back on the progress of outstanding violations. I had reached out to both the clerk's office as well as the inspections department today. Inspection department, as of probably about 10 o'clock this morning, clerk's office as recently as about 4 p.m. Now, as the respondent has indicated, there has been no communication with the clerk's office about readiness to open next week. There have been no applications for an extension of the current license, which expires June 30th. And there has been no application for renewal of the liquor license for the 24-25 liquor license year. So, as optimistic of an estimation as opening next week may seem, it does not appear to be the case. And I don't know when respondent reached out to inspections, but as of this morning, there was no contact with inspections. The respondent's DFI status was delinquent as of a year ago. The LLC was sent a notice of administrative dissolution in April of this year. I have serious doubts about an ability to open next week. And I'm all for compassionate accountability, and I think that this council has shown compassion for the respondent. The liquor license was granted in June of last year, and an extension was granted on that liquor license through the end of last year, through December 31st. Then the complaint wasn't filed until May of this year, granting an additional 5 months, during which time the clerk's office was sending communications to the respondent. The respondent wasn't communicating back. Now we have a complaint. There are other businesses that are being impacted. We have an available license that I know in this time period, in this last year, there have been multiple reserve licenses that have cost businesses $10,000 each, while this particular business has been holding on to a liquor license that has not been in operation, that has not been in use, that has not even been issued. It's been granted, but not issued. So with this history and with the lack of communication, even in the last 4 weeks since this was before council, I would strongly urge the council that this is way past the 60-day benchmark that council has determined is the benchmark, the grounds for revocation. We're at 11 and a half months. We are at almost 6 times the threshold that this would be subject to grounds for revocation. So I appreciate the compassion that you have shown for the respondent, but that compassion has to also be married with accountability for the benefit of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Attorney Mays? Mayor. Alder Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Attorney Mays. The motion that we made 2 weeks ago was to adjourn, and then obviously reconvene and allow the owner here to come back and give us progress on sort of the violations. To your knowledge, was there any communication from staff or otherwise indicating that she was required to talk to us about things that were happening, or is there sort of this presumed expectation that she would reach out?
So for the inspection violations, there would have to be communication in order to set up an inspection. And there were both building and electrical issues that needed to be addressed. So communication to set up that inspection would have been required. As far as the communication with the clerk's office, liquor licenses expire in a couple of weeks on June 30th. There's been no application for renewal. So regardless of what the board does with this revocation and this liquor license year, it's going to expire in a couple of weeks, and there's been no application for renewal. So in a matter of weeks, it's going to expire, even if you don't grant the revocation. So that communication, I know that the clerk's office has sent out emails, letters, websites, QR codes. They've tried to make it as easy as possible to apply for renewal. So I don't think that there was any express communication about applying for an extension for the remainder of this year because it's almost done. But there has been plenty of communication expressly stating that for the upcoming 24-25 license year, applications they're coming due. I mean, they're, if not past due.
Right, okay, thank you.
Thanks. Alder, any other questions? All right. Alder Eck.
Okay, and I'm not sure, maybe it's for you, maybe it's for the clerk's office, because if I'm remembering correctly, that part of it is that somebody was gonna reach out to her to tell her what the expectations were. Do you know if that happened? If there was anything from our end reaching out?
I'm not sure what communication was sent to the respondent since last council meeting, that
Okay.
this issue came up.
Thank you.
Clerk Jeffries?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Alder Eck, to answer your question, the respondent was here. So the respondent knew what she needed to do in order to effectuate a cessation of her revocation. So
We're talking about it in closed session about that particular piece.
well, I believe the
I know she
motion-
was here, but I mean, I thought that was something we talked about.
reaching out to her again. That's not my recollection.
Any other questions? All right. Alder Johnson?
Yeah, is it possible to bring, can we bring Amanda back up and ask a question? Yeah, okay.
Anything else for Attorney Mays? All right, thank you. Alder DeLee for our attorney? Sorry, Attorney Mays. Almost.
Is there a way to confirm that there was an inspection set up, or I know you said at 10 o'clock this morning? Is there any way to look further into that?
For that information, I would refer to Director Rainier Wig.
Director?
Mayor,
Yeah.
you have to swear her in.
Oh, we would have to swear you in. Here we go.
Okay. All right. Director Renier Wig,
Yes,
please state your name and address for the record.
Cheryl Renier Wig, 626 South Jackson Street, Green Bay.
Do you swear to affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth?
I do.
Great, thank you.
Just making sure everybody's paying attention.
All right, I just pulled up our Eclipse system here, and there's no inspection scheduled for tomorrow at this address.
I think Monday.
Is it Monday? Okay.
Monday.
Let me check Monday. Okay, it looks like there is an inspection scheduled for Monday with our building inspector and our electrical inspector. So that must have been made after, in the morning.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
I don't need, I'm good. I want clarity on that. That's why I was bringing it back up, so.
Sure.
All right.
So we don't need the respondent, Alder? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
Director Rainier Wig answered the question.
All right. Attorney Bungert, is
All
this?
right, if there's no other questions, we can move into closed session for deliberation.
So moved.
Alder Johnson makes a motion to go to closed session, seconded by Alder DeLee. Alder Johnson, do you have the language?
The council may convene in closed session pursuant to section 19.85 subsection 1 subsection A Wisconsin statute for the purpose of deliberating concerning a case which was the subject of any judicial or quasi-judicial trial or hearing before the governmental body. The council will thereafter reconvene in open session pursuant to section 19.85 subsection 2 Wisconsin statute to take action on items discussed in closed session if appropriate and to consider the remainder of the agenda.
All right. We have a motion and a second. We'll use the board.
You may vote.
Alder Prophet votes aye.
And then Alder DeLee? Thank you. Alder Galvin? Alder Stevens? And Alder Presley? And you may display.
All right, that is unanimous, so we will head to closed session for a bit. I will call our council back to order, entertaining a motion to return to regular order of business. Alder Morgan makes a motion, seconded by Alder Hinkfist. All in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are back in business. I believe Alder Johnson.
All right, let me find it here.
Would like the floor.
Oh, here we go. I just gotta get the email in.
Yeah. He's just pulling up some notes here.
Attorney Bungert send it?
Yep.
Hasn't come through yet.
Okay, here.
Thank you. What kind of secrets do we have in here? Okay.
The privileged.
I would make a motion to adjourn the hearing for a final determination to June 25th, 2024, and for the respondent to provide specific evidence to indicate an operational business at 225 West Walnut Street, including all relevant permits, licenses, and completion of all outstanding inspection issues.
I believe it's East Walnut.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
That's right. And then a second from, was that Alder Morgan? Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. On to the report of the Improvement and Services Committee. Motion to approve made by Alder Stevens, seconded by Alder DeLee. Items here to be handled separately.
Number 7.
7. It's on the recycling carts, okay. Any others to be handled separately? Hearing none others, all in favor of approving the remainder of that report, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved with the exception of item 7. Your wishes on item 7?
Yes, I think this on.
Oh, now it is.
Oh, I'm learning here yet. It's my understanding from what I'm reading here that we are going to allow the green and yellow and the blue garbage cans to be placed along the side of a house on the garage side. I went and did that today at my house. I took pictures. My neighbor's garage is right behind me. So if you are looking at coming down the street, that is an awful sight, that the garbage cans are on the side. I was at our church picnic on Sunday, and I talked to 95% of the people there are in the district. I asked specifically about these issues. Every single one of them said, oh my God, no, they've got to be hidden. I called 9 people today between Ledgeview, De Pere, Ashwaubenon, and Alloway. Every single one of them are under the impression that their garbage cans need to be behind something. And actually, one of them said, yeah, and my neighbors don't have them behind. The first committee I was ever on for the city of Green Bay was with Mayor Hallowen and the beautification committee. And that was Lucille Hutchinson, or she was huge in Green Bay at the time regarding Luciana Hitch. Regarding the beautification of our city, we have the draft coming in. When I read this, this says that anybody that wants to put their garbage cans in the city of Green Bay on the side of their house can. I don't think that that is something that the city of Green Bay should do. I think putting trash and not having it enclosed, I visit my kids, I see it in Denver, it's awful. I think we've done a lot to clean up the city, especially in apartment areas. We don't have dumpsters just sitting out. They're behind things, and it makes the city look neat. This is something that is very important to me. I think it brings land values down. Right now, people are expecting the garbages to be behind, and I think we should continue to enforce that ordinance.
Okay, thanks, Alder. Any context you want to provide, Director Grenier? Any thoughts on that?
Well, as we indicated at committee, about the only time we see complaints is when we have neighbors who have a personal gripe with another neighbor, and then they'll go down the street and record a bunch of addresses where the garbage carts are visible from the street. The comments that staff in the department have received have been overwhelmingly to the opposite of what Alder Hinkfuss has indicated, with residents overwhelmingly asking us to allow for outdoor storage alongside of the house, behind the building setback, but without screening.
Okay, thanks, Director. Any other comments or questions from staff? Alder Johnson?
Yeah, I think there's probably really a handful of issues in our community that really show the difference in some of our neighborhoods. And I think this will certainly be one of those. I think the other one's probably overnight parking, but we'll save that one for a different day. As someone who represents, near East Side, near West Side, I will tell you that I am probably one of those districts that gets those grudge complaints. In fact, I had one resident reach out recently and got some information from DPW that there was, 50 complaints that came in all at the same time, right? And that's what happens. Why? Because I have houses that are very close together that oftentimes have single stall garages, no place to put the garbage cans, and a lot of these homes have no choice. They have no place to put them. And so I am going to vote in favor of this because I think it provides some relief. I think the reality is if you have a large yard and you have a two-stall garage and you have fenced-in areas, you're going to continue to conceal your can. I think you've had a habit of doing it, and I think you're going to continue that. But I think this provides a lot of relief for folks in my neighborhood that sometimes are the subject of those complaints because someone doesn't like it and gets upset, so.
Thanks, Alder. Other comments, questions? Alder Hutchison, then Alder Grant.
Okay, thank you. I understand what you're saying, Alder. I think the carts, if we're just talking about carts, now we're not talking about overloaded carts and things on the side and all that kind of thing. 2 carts next to a garage look fine. My neighbors, I have a couple neighbors, that's their modus operandi, and it looks fine. I mean, they're just 2 carts. I think there's an issue when they get overfilled. Now, I think if they get overfilled, that's not exactly what we're talking about. In those areas, that situation, an inspector can be called out to look, to make sure there's not an issue. But I think just the carts themselves, next to a garage, isn't gonna pose, it's not the best, but it's a way to do it, especially during the summer, when there's flies and that type of thing. In the garage, we have a tree that we can put ours behind on the outside, fortunately, so we've been able to put ours on the outside. But if someone doesn't have that, this gives them the ability to put the carts next to their garage, behind the setback. And I think that's a okay thing to do. It's not the best, but it's okay.
Alder Grant, then Galvin.
Director Grenier, do we have any questions or issues about rodents or animals getting into garbage cans if they're left outside? Because I know we talk about rat infestation and we have requirements about keeping lawns cut and everything like that, and buildup of garbage outside. I worry that this may not help those matters.
That's always a possibility, but that's always a possibility if you have it in the garage. When you're talking not about field mice, you're talking about rats. The scent of the garbage inside a garage, a rat can chew through a garage wall just as easily and get to the can. So personally, I don't see that as a major issue.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Alder Galvin.
Thank you. Director Grenier, people are allowed to put their containers out along the side of their house now, as long as they're covered from view from the street.
It has to be screened from view from the street,
Right.
correct?
So I guess my point is, these garbage cans are already outside. Yeah. And if they're gonna be an issue with or without the screen, then that's gonna be pretty obvious. And I understand where you're coming from, but I also have a district, single car garages, one driveway that's only as wide as a car, and people, this is America, we have to own stuff, I guess. They use their garages to store stuff in, so then their cars are outside, there's no room for their garbage cans. I get that. And I guess we've got ordinances that cover if they're not putting their garbage in the can, or it's overflowing, or that kind of stuff. So I'm gonna have to say, I'm in favor of this change. As much as, I mean, it's nice that we've got nice-looking garbage cans, isn't it? Blue, green, and yellow? I mean, better than the old-fashioned metal ones that were rusting and stuff, but anyway, thank you.
Thanks, Alder Galvin. Alder Hinkefist for a second time.
The one thing, that they talked about today is this in the best interest of our community? And Brian, I understand what you're saying, Galvin
Just a
too.
reminder, use
Just-
Alder last names.
Oh, I'm sorry. Alder Johnson and Alder Galvin.
Thank you.
Is there a way that there could be an exception for some of these homes versus just going straight across the city? And I'm more about the beautification of our city and driving over here. I think there was one house that I saw the garbage cans on the side. But otherwise, there's no garbage cans out. They're hidden.
All right, thanks, Alder. Alder Weary?
Mayor, yeah, I put this in with Alderman Hutchison, and obviously I'm in favor of it. 10, 12 years ago, when we switched from manual to automated, there was huge discussion about this. It probably lasted an hour or more, and we voted that it had to be hidden. I voted against that. I thought putting it next to a garage or a house was not a big issue. I mean, I think Schwabenon has that right now. Is that correct, Director Grenier? I don't think. Yeah, and I know my sister in Milwaukee and my other sister in Fort Wayne, it's just next to the garage. It's just a garbage can and a recycle can, not a big deal. If there's overflowing garbage and junk, that's an ordinance violation, that's an easy one. So, it's not that at all. I can tell you from the past 10, 12 years, the feedback I've gotten, I think the majority of people would be in favor of such a change. So I'm fine with it. Thanks.
Thanks, Alder. Did you? Anything else? All right, we need a motion still. Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Presley. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that item is approved. On to report of the Protection and Policy Committee. Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Stevens. Items here to be handled separately? 11.
6 and 7, sorry.
6, 7, and 11. Any others? Hearing none others, all in favor of approving the remainder of that report signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved with the exception of items 6, 7, and 11. Your wishes on item 6?
Just ask a question first.
Yeah, Alder Johnson.
Yeah, and then we might make this quick. I didn't pick up on this in the committee meeting, but this, the applicant had indicated they were requesting the extension because they were remodeling, and I don't recall a lot of discussion around that, and I recognize that these are the sort of the retail licenses. Are there limits on the number of these like there are with the bars? And where are we at with that? Yeah.
Clerk Jeffries?
Thank you, Your Honor. Alder Johnson, for a Class A liquor or beer, there are no limits, there's no quota. The quota is only on Class B liquor. So this applicant can apply once they're ready without any problem.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to verify, so thank you. If this is allowed, Mayor, I would just make a motion to approve items 6 and 7.
Yes, we need, yeah, that's 2/3 vote. Alder Johnson makes a motion to suspend the rules, take up items 6 and 7 with one roll call vote, seconded by Stevens. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, rules are suspended.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Stevens. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Items 6 and 7 are approved. Now on to item 11. Wishes there? Alder Weary makes a motion to receive and place on file. Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Morgan. Alder Weary, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think this is necessary. I think we've shown over the history of Green Bay here, we've been able to resolve these things at committee, and we did do that last week. So,
Okay. Additional comments on the motion? Alder Presley, then Prophet.
Yeah, I think that the original impetus for this being brought up, that I brought it up, has been resolved, but because of the even number of people on our committees, this could happen again in the future, and I would like staff to look into that so that we can have better guidance in the future, because while it was resolved, it did take 3 meetings of that committee.
Okay, thanks, Alder. Alder Prophet.
Yeah, I think we're talking a referral to staff here, so it's clear it's going to be something that will affect the future, not current state, and we know that. I think an important point that was raised in talking with the city attorney is we're in quite a conundrum as a city by having an even number council. I'm not in favor of doing government via coin flip, so I think it's good for staff to just look into what other options we may have. So I am in favor of a referral.
Okay, thanks, Alder. Any other comments on the motion to receive and place on file? Alder Eck?
I'm in favor of the motion, and I think that we did figure it out. We had clear direction from the attorney during our first meeting. We just pushed it out a little bit in the discussion, and I just think that it sets a bad precedence. I think that we should be forced to figure it out, and I think that there's this danger of, oh, let's not figure it out there and send it to the full council if we think we've got the majority in some way. So I'm not in favor of it.
Okay, thanks, Alder. Any other comments on the motion, Alder Grant?
I agree. As a council, this is a unique ability that we have, and I do think that we show the community that we can work together and select a chair and a vice chair, and that shows us coming together and willing to work with each other, and I think we need to keep that within our ability.
All right, thanks, Alder. Any others? Alder Hutchison with a question.
So what's the motion, please?
Receive and place on file.
Okay, thank you.
Any others? All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
No.
Seems pretty tight. Is there a request for a board vote? It has been made.
Second? Vote.
Yeah, the motion is receive and place on file.
Okay, Alder.
Looks like that succeeds 7-5. All right, so that item has been received and placed on file. On to report of the Protection and Policy Committee granting operator licenses. Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Galvin. Names here to be handled separately, or any abstentions? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved. Report of the Plan Commission. Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Hinkfist. We got a bunch of folks here, so before we do that, Alder Grant.
Can we, before we open the floor, get an update from staff? I think everybody deserves to kind of get an update, ask some questions, and have a little bit of discussion before we open up the floor to maybe answer some of the questions that our residents have.
Sure. We'll go to Director Rainier Wigg to provide a little bit of an update and see if you have additional questions.
So the request at the fire council meeting
We're getting new mics, just for, yeah, for everybody.
in July, I'm
Right.
excited about that.
Can't come soon. Yeah. We're gonna move.
All right. So at the last council, there was a request for staff to identify alternative sites in Brown County. So we met with the Vets First representatives, and I want to state that they are not interested in another site anywhere in Brown County. The mayor did meet with the county executive, and we also spoke with the director of planning from the county. Both of them stated to us that the county has no interest in finding another site. They're happy with the site that they have there, are in favor of that project going on that county site. We actually, as our department staff, started working with the Vets First group back in 2022. So we've explored our redevelopment authority properties and city properties to see if something would work. And it did not work. We looked at some stuff on Emmett and some other stuff, and it just didn't work. At that time, that's when Vets First found another site with the county and moved towards that. I can tell you that there are properties for sale within Brown County. Just doing a quick search on that, they range in value from $200,000 to $1.9 million. They're all over the county, mostly commercially zoned. Some of them are far out of the city, which doesn't meet the requirements of the Vets First project. So with regards to that, I think I can tell you that there are sites available if Vets First is willing to buy them or willing to fund them. But other than that, I think they and the county are happy with the site that they have right now.
Okay, thanks. Additional questions?
Can we also get an update from the attorney as far as the verbiage of veterans? Is that sufficient for the county? Were they aware that that does not limit it to veterans only?
Yes, I did receive confirmation from Corp Counsel for Brown County indicating that the language change.
Mike.
Yep. The language change that the council made at the last meeting from veterans preferred to veterans is consistent with the project scope that the county board approved.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions? Alder Morgan?
Did we get any clarification on? Did we get any clarification on this question if the county could legally sell property owned by the taxpayers?
Sure, so that's not something I can opine on. That's up for Corp Counsel for Brown County to advise their board. We, when reviewing PUDs, do not typically verify the veracity or the legality of the property transfer that's underlying the entire project. We did get a copy of the signed resolution for the project and for the conveyance of the property, and I think that that is legally sufficient for the city to rely on. That the county's position is that they have the ability to be able to transfer this property accordingly.
Thank you.
Other questions from council or comments? Seeing none, is there an interest in opening the floor? Motion to open the floor made by Alder Eck, seconded by Alder Grant. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open. Do we have any slips?
We do. There was one person who submitted, and then there's a Mr. Eugene Smalls. I don't know what he wanted to talk about.
Okay.
So you want to maybe do that first, but.
Just a question. Is there a Eugene Smalls who's in attendance? Okay. Interested in speaking on this item or a different one? No, this item. Okay. Very good. We will call on you at the appropriate time.
Leon Cavier.
Okay, so these are folks that had submitted an interest in speaking online, so we go to them first. Leon
Caver, I think.
Leon Caver? Kiver, there we go. All right, if you could just state your name and address, and then we get.
My name's
3
Leon
minutes.
Kiver. I reside at 3060 Birch Road, Swanico, Wisconsin. I'm a veteran, having spent 22 years in the Navy, retired as a Master Chief Petty Officer. I'm currently involved in a lot of veterans organizations, AMVETS, Vietnam Veterans, American Legion, Disabled American Veterans. I'm also vice president of the Green Bay United Patriotic Society. I hope you all know what that is. It's chartered by the city of Green Bay. And we work with local patriotic and veterans organizations to ensure that we are meeting the needs of not only the veterans, but also the community as a whole. I volunteer as a driver for the DAV, taking disabled veterans and veterans without their own transportation to and from the VA. I'm telling you this because I want you to understand I interact with a lot of veterans, and I'm dismayed at what I see as far as all these veterans struggling. I believe it was in 2021, the Blueprint study showed there were 3,700 residents in need of affordable housing. Of that 3,700, 500 at least were veterans. That's a shocking statistic considering the small number of, the small percentage of veterans of the regular population. So our veterans need affordable housing, and Veterans First project will help provide that affordable housing. Now, I've known Gail since her days on the Brown County Veterans Services Office. I've rarely met an individual more devoted to the concerns of veterans in the community. She is dedicated to this project. I think her integrity is above reproach. And as an effective leader, when she needs help, she goes out and gets that help. And that's evidenced by over 100 organizations and businesses in the local community that are working together to ensure this project succeeds. The Planning Commission heard both sides of the issue, those for, those against. They asked pointed questions, and they listened to the concerns. When they heard everything, they added some additional requirements that will help mitigate the risks and ideally alleviate some of the community concerns. Your Planning Commission recommends approval. They voted unanimously. I think, based on what I hear, the Green Bay community as a whole, the majority, supports this project. And I strongly urge you to vote for approval. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? All right, thanks, sir. Do you have others online, or
No.
submitted? Okay.
No.
Next, we'll go to Eugene Smalls.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. Eugene Smalls, 301 North Adams. So, thank you, Gail, for even asking me to speak. But incredibly, I want to talk about, I've been working with homeless populations, individuals experiencing homelessness for the last, 10 plus years. And one of the big things we come across, obviously, is housing veterans. So I believe I had gave you some stats of, and it might have been 39 or so, and that was a couple years ago, just of homeless veterans that I saw come through the shelter and then out of the shelter. So it's a revolving door of trying to find services for veterans. What better way to serve our veterans, those who went before us, than to make sure that we can house them. So I'm just here to speak in favor of and to say thank y'all for allowing me to come talk. So
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? All right, one from Alder Eck. Mr. Smalls?
I have a question. Okay, because I just wanted to clarify, and I know where you work, but I'm not sure that,
Yes.
did you say exactly why you have this knowledge? I know
Oh,
the answer, but I want to make sure everybody does.
I have, so, last 10 years, St. John's Ministries I've been working for. I just recently transitioned to the Gateway Collective, which is another project. But, so, that's how I have this information.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good, thanks. All right, thanks, sir. Next is Sabina Becker. Sabina Becker?
Good evening, City Council, and good evening, city residents. I'm here as a representative of the Wisconsin Senior Employment Program. We provide on-the-job training opportunities for eligible low-income seniors in Brown County as well as Manitowoc and Outagamie County. We've been familiar with Gail's initiative, with Gail's involvement with the Veterans First Project. And our program completely supports it 100%. We look forward to partnering with the project to provide veterans that come through it with opportunities to gain employability, to increase their employability through working at our work sites. We have partnerships with a number of nonprofits and government agencies throughout these 3 counties. And we completely support the program. We also look forward to possibly having the program become one of our partner sites where we can have veterans get on-the-job experience. So the goal of the program is to enhance people's economic self-sufficiency and also emotional and social self-sufficiency. Having gainful employment, getting reemployed is a very important part of being a functioning and a happy or content human being. We are aware that there were some concerns raised in the neighborhood regarding supervision and just how the program is going to be structured. What I'm aware of in the program is that there is a very well-organized daily structure provided, and the goal is to stabilize people, to stabilize the residents of the village emotionally, and ultimately to help them gain self-sufficiency. With the homeless issue, which is an issue in Green Bay as it is in so many other communities, veterans are certainly a significant percentage of that population, and this project is definitely designed to address that issue. I do also want to add that I am the assistant coordinator for the program. We are funded by the Federal Department of Labor, and it's a part of Title V of the Older Americans Act, which addresses senior employment concerns throughout the nation. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I do want to actually mention one more thing, that there is going to be supervision in the program provided basically 24 hours a day and into the night shift as well. So people will be taken care of, and people are going to be kept very busy in the program as well in a productive way that will meet their goals and will make them contributors, enhance their contributions to their community.
Thank you so much for your testimony, ma'am. Can we get your address? Can we get your address, ma'am?
Oh, I'm sorry. Our program is located at 204 West Walnut Street, right across the river. I reside at 1032 Clement Street, Apartment 3 in Green Bay.
Okay, very good, thank you. Questions, Alder Morgan?
What has changed in the supervision? We were told at the last meeting it was the Knorr family were on call. So how has that changed?
My understanding is that there are going to be volunteers available during the evening and third shift hours. They'll be volunteering in shorter shifts. We have another presenter who will be addressing that in more detail. But there will be also professional, well, not clinical, I don't think, but a social work and other types of professionals that will be involved during the days.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions? All right, thanks for your testimony. Next, we have Jim Strong.
Good evening. My name is Jim Strong, Major U.S. Army retired, and I reside at 1431 East Glendale Avenue, Appleton, Wisconsin. And I serve on the board of Veterans First Northeast Wisconsin. I was asked and approached to join this effort based on the experience I have as the president of the Fox Valley Veterans Council in the past, where we provided temporary emergency financial assistance so that veterans could be housed and other necessities taken care of. Following that, I became the first president and co-founder of Wisconsin Veterans Village Association in the Appleton area, where again, we provide below-market housing, either temporary or permanent, a model that the Veterans First concept follows. This has been very successful. I have to tell you that those veterans that had no other place to stay have found a home, and that's what we hope to replicate here for the greater Green Bay community. With that, the best I can tell you is that all the objections have been answered, I believe, professionally, calmly, and should put your minds at ease in terms of how you vote. So at this time, I would like to say I thank you for your consideration, but I also ask you to act in favor of Veterans First of Northeast Wisconsin. It's time that we show our thanks and gratitude and provide opportunities for that 1% of our population that makes the rest of our 99% successful. That's all. Thank you.
Question from Alder Eck and then Alder Hutchison.
Thank you for coming. So it was talked about at our last meeting, the approximate rent or how much the rent would be. And you mentioned it was below market value in Appleton. And at this location, it'll be $900, and then some will get possible qualify for help with this, bringing it down to possibly $270.
Yes.
That's what I wrote down. Is this doable?
Yes, it's very doable.
Even at the $900 for those who wouldn't qualify?
Yes, if they qualify for a HUD-VASH voucher, or if they have the ability to meet the $900 rental requirement, and they have their stable housing so that they can focus on either the programs that might advance them in terms of their skills, abilities, or well-being, it's a win. And again, a lot of the people that we will see coming in here will be supported by HUD-VASH vouchers. And $900 a month in this day and age, if you can just scrape that by, this is the place to do it, because you can't do it anywhere else in the community in a good, viable, safe environment that I'm aware of.
Okay, because my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, whoever would know this, that it was kind of geared towards homeless veterans. Is that correct?
There will be, I'm sure, homeless veterans. There will be veterans facing other challenges in their life that could preclude them from being housed. And I'd like to quote somebody from the Pillars operation down in the valley that try to head the people off upstream. If they know they have a set of circumstances in their life that will lead to homelessness and they have another option to pursue to avoid that homelessness, they should pursue it. And this is an opportunity for folks in those situations as well.
Okay, because I used to work at a homeless shelter and it was free, so that's why when I found out there was a cost, it surprised me.
Well, this is one of the things, and one of the reasons why we did the Veterans Village that we did, because you have to have ownership. You have to be responsible for yourself, and this is the start of that process.
Okay,
for
thank
those
you.
that need it.
Thanks. Alder Hutchison.
Thank you for your testimony, and I think having heard concerns from the neighbors, that there's a conception of individuals going into these tiny homes as being somewhat not normal in the sense that they act differently, they'll be walking around, just kind of a not a normal thing. Could you characterize those veterans that you've helped get homes in Appleton? What is a general characterization of those individuals?
They're individuals that want to have a stable life. I think the generalization of veterans being unable to be responsible or have these issues is stereotypical and not the reality in their lives. Most veterans, when they find themselves in a situation needing supportive housing of some type, they're looking to better themselves. That's why they want to be there. Those that don't want to be there probably wouldn't be there no matter what you did for them. So
Okay.
those that are achieving stable housing, program support so they can better their own set of circumstances is a win, not only for them, but for the community.
And that's what you've experienced in Appleton?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Alder Grant and Alder Galvin.
Do you know what the income is to qualify for HUD-VASH?
What the what?
What the income level is to qualify for it?
I don't know the current income levels, and to be honest with you, I can't recall the previous ones.
Okay.
But I do know that when we find veterans, especially looking at a housing situation like this, or in the Veterans Village, a lot of them aren't even aware that they could qualify for that, enabling them to become housed. And that's part of getting them into the program, getting them the services to identify what benefits they may be eligible for outside of the Veterans Administration.
Okay, thank you.
Alder Galvin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Major Strong, what is your involvement going to be with this organization?
My involvement currently is that I am a member of the board, and it is a governing board, and we provide the guidance and the planning for the organization, now and going forward.
And how often do you meet?
Our scheduled meetings are quarterly, but we meet as necessary.
And what do you anticipate that to be when you're first opening up these homes and getting people involved?
I think that we're going to stick with that schedule unless circumstances dictate us meeting more frequently.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Alder Weary.
Thank you, Major. My question would be, thanks for coming today. In Appleton, how many units are there?
There currently are 48 units.
Do they all house veterans?
Not all of them, although there are only, I believe, 4 or 5 remaining, because the goal was not to evict people and add to homelessness, veteran or non-veteran, but that as those apartments became available, they were modified and made available solely to veterans.
So is it in your experience then that only a small percentage might not have a veteran? Is it, from what I've gleaned, if one is open and a veteran isn't available, how long do you wait for a
We have a
veteran?
waiting list of veterans.
You do, okay, so it's
So-
not like if one comes open, you're just gonna take
Right.
anybody and
The-
then a veteran becomes available, like, well, your house is.
Yeah, the only long time in between is if it's an existing unit with a veteran and another veteran comes in, because we have lost veterans to death. And it takes usually about 30 days to remodel or clean up the apartment, and that's standard for any housing unit. And if it's a unit that is currently not occupied by a veteran, we do the remodel in partnership with organizations like Home Depot and others, and that'll take about 60 days. And then it's available. And again, like I said, we have a waiting list of veterans.
Thank you.
And I think that's going to be the same set of circumstances you're going to find here.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Alder Grant for a second time.
I apologize. Have you guys met with the new board so far?
Oh, yes.
How many times?
3? With the new board, once,
Okay,
on an official basis.
okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions for our guest? All right, thanks, Mr. Strong.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Next is Tom Garland.
Hi, my name is Tom Garland, and I live at 916 Forest Hill Drive. I'm just going to summarize the points I made at the last meeting. Tiny home villages or affordable housing projects rarely are constructed in neighborhoods like Schmidt Park. An NIH study titled "Do Affordable Housing Projects Harm Suburban Communities?" concludes that a carefully property management, aesthetic consistency with local architecture, spatial congruency with surrounding neighborhoods, and cultivation of high levels of social control were important in mitigating potential negative externalities. None of these criteria are met by Veterans First. Another study referenced in this NIH study concluded that poorly managed affordable housing projects can significantly impact a neighborhood adjacent to such facilities through increased crime and lower property values. The question becomes, does Veterans First have the qualifications and a comprehensive plan such that Schmidt Park will not be negatively affected? And the answer, in our opinion, is no. The taxpaying residents of Schmidt Park overwhelmingly do not trust Veterans First is capable of successfully managing an affordable housing complex like they're proposing in our safe, quiet neighborhood. Is the city council comfortable with a key Vets First board member that has over 4 OWIs making serious decisions? We question the mental bandwidth of someone with 4 WIs making decisions that could impact our neighborhood. Who is accountable for the losses due to the higher crime? The answer, we came out last time, nobody. Nobody's accountable for any of the losses. If someone gets assaulted, nobody's accountable. If our property values go down, nobody's accountable. Lastly, this land was granted based on a facility that was supposed to be dedicated to homeless veterans with counseling service. It's now not exclusive to veterans, and there are no counseling services being provided. So what's going on here? This entire process has not been transparent. You're supposed to represent us, the taxpayer, not the Norrs or anyone else. It's us. We're the ones that pay the taxes. We pay your salaries. And we feel like we're not being listened to. You can go ahead and do this. You probably, I think the writing's on the wall here. We all have heard what you guys are in favor of this. But just keep this in mind when you make this decision, that you're destroying a neighborhood. You will be destroying a neighborhood if these people can't effectively manage this. You will cause crime in Schmidt Park. You will cause our property values to go down. Sorry, we made a mistake. So, that's my position. Thank you.
Any questions? I have one. Alder Galvin. Is there any crime in Schmidt Park right now?
We don't want any more crime. There's crime everywhere. We don't want more crime.
Okay, so who's going to be responsible if someone from one of these homes commits a crime? That person will be responsible.
My question was, who's going to be responsible for the impact if there is more crime, if our property values go down? Who's responsible? Who's going to be accountable? Will we be reimbursed for this?
You get reimbursed if there's crime at an apartment complex?
Let's say
answer my question. Do you get reimbursed if there's crime in one of the apartment complexes within Schmidt Park?
Let me answer this question. We don't have crime. If we start having crime in our neighborhood and our property values go down, how do we get reimbursed for it? No, we don't get reimbursed. You could set up an index and measure property values, find like neighborhoods and measure them. There's ways you can do this to measure that. And if you can, who would pay us? The city? The county? The Norrs? No one. You're screwed. Thank you very much. That'll be another $6,000 in taxes this year. Thank you for your service.
I think you're mistaken, sir.
I think you're mistaken.
No,
I think you're naive. Have you read the plan? Have you sat down and read the plan?
Yes, I did.
You did.
Alder
And
Galvin.
you found that plan to be comprehensive?
Mr. Garland and Alder Galvin, we don't allow for back and forth like this.
Oh, okay. Well, if any of you people have read this plan and believe it's a good, comprehensive plan, and you vote to pass this, you're responsible for the impact and the effects on our neighborhood.
All right, thanks for your testimony, sir.
It isn't a good plan.
Thanks for your testimony. I think our attorney, Pungert, had something to
Yes,
say.
just for the record, I just wanted to advise council, because the applicant's criminal background was brought up in public comments, that council absolutely cannot discuss, rely on any of those factors.
Thanks, Attorney Pungert. Next up is Dawn Shampers.
My name is Dawn Scoppers. I live at 1006 Mount Mary Drive, and I oppose this development. Recently, an adjusted boundary was released by the Wisconsin Historical Society. I want to emphasize that there were no additional studies that led to this altered boundaries. The altered boundaries were based on the same studies that the state archaeologists referred to as less than ideal. Here's a breakdown of those previous studies. 1988, construction of a path near the Mental Health Center water tower uncovered bone fragments. This led to an investigation in Area B, which found 11 scattered bodies. Those 11 bodies were reburied to Area C. 1991, the State Historical Society of Wisconsin Highway Archaeology Program launched a study to locate the forgotten cemetery. The sole purpose was to determine whether the cemetery would interfere with the plans for highway construction. Soil coring was completed and noted to have bone and wood fragments. The location of the cemetery was determined not to interfere with the highway construction, and further study was abandoned. Size, range, and extent of the site was never identified. We know that there are remains in that area, but what we still don't know are the boundaries of that area, Area A. Neville Public Museum in 2016 conducted a ground-penetrating radar study of areas B and C, but none of Area A. On the map you were given, the 2 purple boxes are the areas that had GPR study completed. No further studies have been done since 2016. No study has ever been completed to identify the range of Area A. Only coring that determined that there are remains there. It's estimated that 803 individuals were buried on the grounds during the 73 years of operation. The Brown County Poor Farm Cemetery GPR report finding is littered with imprecise terminology. Some examples are previous informants stated that burials were interred on the hillside near a place where a manure pile was later located. That's pretty vague. It was estimated that the cemetery extended 370 feet east of the water tower. Again, estimated. The location of BBR 0126 today is approximately 350 feet south of the southeast corner of Veterans Manor. I think we all know what approximately means, but some synonyms are roughly, more or less, in the neighborhood of. This is hardly conclusive evidence. I will again share the quote from Dr. Amy Roseborough, state archaeologist with the State Historic Preservation Office. I agree that a full investigation of the site is warranted to avoid future trauma to the site and those with interest in it. I implore each of you to consider what level of risk would be acceptable if your grandmother was buried in Area A. I hope that anyone who votes yes to this PUD would be willing to sit down with Mary Tosh's family and explain why you are willing to roll the dice on desecrating their loved one's final resting place, especially when the county has many acres of land available, some of which is on Curry Lane, between the jail and the community treatment center. It's also on the bus line and close to the VA clinic. These are 2 of the criteria that Vets One listed as making the St. Anthony site an ideal location. The other was that it was close to Veterans Manor, but given that Gail Knorr was issued a no trespass order on April 9th by Veterans Manor, I would think a change of site might be a welcome relief. It makes no sense to squabble over boundaries in mere feet when there are other locations that can accommodate their needs. Thank you.
All right, next up, Michael Casebauer.
My name is Michael Casebauer. I live at 849 Marvin Lane in Green Bay. I'm opposed to the Veterans First project. I'm a retired insurance healthcare executive with payer contracting and credentialing background. I have the qualifications and experience to provide a professional opinion on Veterans First team and project. Why are they calling this organization Veterans First of Northeastern Wisconsin? This project, as it stands, is not limited to veterans. You need not be a veteran nor a resident of Green Bay or of Brown County to qualify for admission. This appears to be a business disguised under the veteran's name. This is about money and it's about profits. I've questioned the credentials, qualifications, and existence of professional services at Veterans First. As of the last Common Council meeting, Veterans First did not present any evidence of any contracted services. There is nothing special that they have in place to access care with any clinical or mental health organization. They will not be treated differently than anyone else at the Veterans Clinic or at any other clinic or mental health organization. Veterans First did not, or did clarify that they'd not be a clinic. That was good. There are other organizations providing services for veterans and similar populations and are doing quite well. For example, Gorman and Company is building Bay City Lofts, a new 48-unit building at 2510 University Avenue. Gorman and Company should need no introduction. They have some 12,709 units, 160 projects, and 650 employees. On the Gorman and Company website, they have quotes from only 3 partners. One is Otis Winstead, President and CEO of Great Lakes Dry Hooch in Madison. He states, Gorman and Company won't let veterans and their families stay homeless. They don't just talk the talk, but they walk the walk by creating homes for veterans and their families. Clearly, Gorman and Company target markets includes veterans. Gorman and Company has partnered with Lutheran Social Services to develop Bay City Lofts. Lutheran Family Services will have an office in Bay City Lofts, as they are contracted to provide support services. Amenities at Bay City Lofts include community homes, fitness centers, and much more. There'll be on-site management. It appears Bay City Lofts will offer 1 to 3 bedroom apartments with the monthly rate starting at $443. They began taking applications June 1st and will be moving residents in as of October 1st, 2024.
Sir, your 3 minutes has expired.
Okay? Lutheran Social Services can accept Medicaid, Medicaid HMO, and CCS along with private pays. What contracts do the NORs have? The NORs are not developers. They lack the clinical and qualification. The NORs are not who you think they are.
Okay,
Veterans
thanks-
First
thanks
is
for your
not the right
testimony, sir.
partner.
Questions?
Thank you.
Alder Prophet?
Just since you spoke extensively about Gorman and Company, I'm just wondering if the first project that that company brought forth to whatever municipality that was denied, do you feel that Gorman and Company would be as successful as they are today?
I don't know.
Okay. And then my follow-up question, separate, circling back to what you first introduced as, you said your background in payer credentialing and healthcare is what's led you to your, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Alder Grant?
Point of clarification on the Gorman project?
Sure, go ahead.
That actually was denied by this council the first time around because of the location, military. We did not find it suitable, so they found a different location, and then it was a
Project, I meant, like as an organization. This is Veterans First Project as an organization. Gorman and Company had brought other projects to different municipalities. I'm saying if the first one they ever did as a company was denied, would they be successful moving forward? That was my only question.
Any other questions for our guest? Alder Hutchison?
Just a point of order of information, I think the language has been changed that only veterans can move into these houses. So you stated that it wasn't just for veterans.
The language says it's housing for veterans.
Housing for veterans. So the emphasis is on veterans. It's not being whatever, but since there's a waiting list, probably veterans will be occupying those, I would think.
Yeah. Okay. Other questions?
Okay.
Alder Eck?
In the first part of your testimony, it sounded like you were tasked with evaluating this project. Can you?
No, but
Okay.
I just have a background in payer contracting and credentialing. So I've done consulting work. So basically, I'm just stating my qualifications to basically consider my ability to evaluate the project. So no, I have nothing else other than being a concerned citizen.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions? All right, thanks, sir. Next is Kathy Jerry.
My name is Kathy Jerry. I'm at 1005 St. Charles in Green Bay. My comments are, to start with, what is the purpose of a neighborhood association? We have been told by the mayor at one of our annual meetings that real change can happen in the city through our neighborhood associations. It is very apparent that our neighborhood is absolutely opposed to Veterans First, and in fact so opposed that individuals banded together outside of the neighborhood association to fight this. The mayor's words are just that, words. Neighborhood associations really don't have any say in what happens in their neighborhood now. So why do we bother? Even though Veterans First threatened our association with a cease and desist order and would not respond to our questions, we continued to stand up for our neighbors and our neighborhoods. And by the way, Schmidt Park is one of the safest neighborhoods in Green Bay. Veterans First has received donations in excess of $1 million and in-kind donations of labor and materials, yet the rent they're going to be charging homeless veterans has gone up 17% from $750 to $900 for 400 square feet. Come on, follow the money. The new apartment building on University, which was mentioned earlier, has 48 large apartments that will be available, but this is a professionally run business. They have the community room, fitness center, business center, laundry, elevator, controlled access, playground, picnic area. They allow pets, have on-site management, and they have support services. This is a well-run organization. Sustainability with Veterans First is a big issue. I have seen nothing that tells me Veterans First will be successful. The old Florida Fruit Market property comes to mind as a location. It's not in a neighborhood. It's close to restaurants, stores, and hospitals. And with more time, maybe Veterans First can get its act together and truly help the veterans they purport to be interested in. The future failure there doesn't affect a neighborhood. This property should be a memorial to those who were institutionalized there. Many without recourse died, neglected, buried without ceremony. In fact, a prior Brown County planning director, Chuck Lumen, stated this as a goal many years ago. These people should not be forgotten. Winnebago County has a plaque for their hospital which reads, from 1873 to 1972, Northern Hospital for the Insane and Winnebago State Hospital used the cemetery to inter nearly 870 persons, including patients and infants born to hospitalized women. Some of the interned were military veterans dating back to the Civil War. To maintain confidentiality, numbers were used to mark the graves. However, the names of the deceased have been preserved, and people can find out where their relatives are buried. May the souls who rest here find the peace that eluded them in life. And what are we doing for our forgotten? Need I say more? Nothing. Thank you.
All right, any questions? All right. Next is Bill Matcheffs.
Good evening. My name is Bill Matcheffs. I live at 338 Miramar Drive in Green Bay. I'm a member of AMVETS Post 57 in Howard, and I'm here to speak in support of Veterans First and their efforts to build the Veterans Village. I've known Veterans First co-founder Gail Knorr for the past 6 years. She is a dedicated member of our AMVETS Post and volunteers faithfully for all of our fundraising events. In addition, whenever I go to any community events that support veterans, Gail has been there lending a hand or just talking to people about veterans issues. Her years talking with veterans while working at the Brown County Veterans Service Office made her acutely aware of the importance of affordable housing for local veterans. This is what led her to found Veterans First and begin the effort to build a Veterans Village. Her passion for the Village project is evidenced by her constant efforts to make it a reality. I have heard and witnessed her speaking to contractors and suppliers about what they can do to help bring this project to fruition, especially since they have secured this site. She has also been in contact with other service providers in the area who will support veterans at the Veterans Village. She has a well-defined vision of what this project can do to help veterans and a pathway to make it happen. I have every confidence that Gail Knorr, along with her husband Kim, and the board that she has assembled are the people who can make this a success and provide much-needed housing for our deserving local veterans, and I urge you to support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions? All right. Next is Kelly Downard or Downand.
Hi, I'm Kelly Downard, 308 South Huron Street in De Pere. I am a member of the Green Bay Elks Lodge, and we've been a part of the community since 1893. And during that time, we've always supported our veterans. We have a lot of programs in place. We do bags for homeless. We put together kit bags, mini kit bags, and we distribute them where they're needed so the homeless have something they can take with them. Disposable items, things that, socks, hand warmers, gloves in the winter, food, toiletry items. We also do a hero's closet where we have items like toasters, coffee pots, toiletries, anything that they could need, bedding. And we are supporting the tiny home community with these items. They're building a hero's closet, and we're going to keep it stocked for them. We also do something called welcome home kits. We've done those for years. And what those are is when somebody is leaving homelessness and going into a home, they move in with a duffel bag. That's all they have. We want to make sure they have pots and pans, dishes, bedding, toiletries, cleaning supplies, food, anything they would need. And again, this is another area where we're going to support Veterans First and these veterans, because they're not going into those homes to live forever. They're going there temporarily. All the people that are donating things to start out with, they need things when they leave, and we want to make sure they have those things. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Questions? All right, thanks a lot. Next is Mike Gilly. Oh, Alder.
Yes.
Okay, so are they going to have those things provided while they're in the cottage?
Well, the Heroes Closet, they're going to build a Heroes Closet on site, and we will keep items in there that they can get. And then the kits, the welcome home kits, they have items. We're going to supply some items as well as other people in the community so that they have these items in their tiny homes. But we want to make sure either they take those items when they leave, and we have other ones brought in for the next group of people, or we can bring in items. We haven't determined that yet, but we will, beds, bedding, everything that they will need. We don't want them sleeping on the floors. They did a lot for our country. We don't want them to be scraping by any worse than they are now.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Next is Mike Gilly.
Good evening, Mayor and distinguished council. My name is Mike Gilly. I live at 1428 Creekside Lane, Green Bay. I am speaking on behalf of Joshua Spiritual Leaders Caucus, a faith-based group started over 20 years ago in Brown County. We seek to be the voice of those who feel their voices perhaps are not heard. I also speak on my own behalf from a veteran's perspective. So I don't have an insurance degree, I don't have that stuff. I'm just a veteran. I spent 21 years in the military. For 7 of those 21 years, I trained and functioned as a medical and psychiatric ward technician. Additionally, I was given orders to Southeast Asia and assigned to the 11th United States Air Force Hospital at Utapao, Thailand. While at Utapao, Thailand, I worked as a medic and a psychiatric ward technician. Although Utapao was not a combat unit, I did see my share of trauma while stationed there. Let me give you some examples. I treated a young man who was guarding planes on the flight line one night. Suicide bombers had infiltrated the base, trying to blow up aircraft and kill as many security policemen as possible. The bomber came around the nose of the plane and leveled his gun at the guard and fired off several rounds that misfired. The young man's partner was able to neutralize the bomber before he could fix his gun. Several days after the attack, the young man was admitted to the hospital in a severe state of depression. I spent 12 hours a day by his bedside for a week trying to convince him it wasn't his time to go, that God had spared him. I might as well have been talking to the wall. He was convinced he was supposed to be dead. We continued his sedation and flew him home for further treatment. One of my friends, who was supposed to be my best man at my wedding, got orders to Cam Ranh Bay, Vietnam, as a medic, a month before my wedding. He went and served his time, came home, entered his tour, and started college. Several months passed, and his wife called me in a panic. She said that my friend was sitting on the edge of the bed with a shotgun in his mouth. I never knew why he had the shotgun. I never went that far with him. The doctors did. The reason between his wife and myself, we were able to get him help. Last I had heard, he had got his teaching degree, and he was a headmaster in a school in Indiana. The reason I give you these examples is to give you a rough idea of what some of these veterans might have gone through. There's a quote by Dan Lipinski: "On the battlefield, the military pledges to leave no soldier behind. As a nation, let it be our pledge that when they return home, we don't leave any veterans behind."
Thank you, sir.
We have the opportunity to reach out to our veterans and give them a helping hand. These veterans are human flesh and blood who joined the military and completed their tour and now need help. Honestly, if the United States were invaded tomorrow, we would be the first to answer that call.
Sir, your 3 minutes.
Let's try this village idea. Give them some dignity. It's difficult enough to receive treatment and only have a park bench to go back to. I ask you to do the right thing. If we rally around our homeless veterans, that's half their battle. Show them that they're appreciated. I'd like to end with a Bible verse from Matthew. "Then the king will say to those on his right, 'Enter, you who are blessed by my Father. Take what's coming to you in this kingdom. It's been ready for you since the world's foundation, and here's why. I was hungry, and you fed me. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was homeless, and you gave me a room. I was shivering, and you gave me clothes. I was sick, and you stopped to visit. I was in prison, and you came to me.' Then those sheep are going to say, 'Master, what are you talking about? When did we ever see you hungry and feed you, thirsty and give you drink? And when did we ever see you sick or in prison and come to you?' Then the king will say, 'I'm telling you the solemn truth. Whoever you did one of these things to someone overlooked and ignored, that was I you did it to.'"
Thank you, sir. Any questions?
Thank you for letting me talk.
Thanks so much for your testimony. Next up is Edward Simpson.
Good evening. My name is Edward Simpson. I live at 2978 Madrid Drive. I'm a veteran myself. I'm commander of the VFW, Veterans of Foreign Wars, post 9677. I come from a very long line of veterans back to the Revolutionary War. Let's start with what this is not about. This is not about 24-hour psychological and medical care. I sure don't get that now. This is not about organizational problems. They're working those out. They're getting help from 75 different agencies to get their organization set up and working correctly. That was some of the things that were brought up at the last meeting. They'll work it out. It's not about the concern for the unmarked graves, which is very touching. However, this issue is unlikely to be a problem and is covered by an individual on the site. I would bet that none of those who spoke against this project are veterans. And I'm sure that none have ever slept on a park bench with a newspaper blanket or in a homeless shelter bunk. This is not about a biased survey that was circulated listing only the negative side of the issue. I don't think the project area in question is even visible from all or most of Smith's Park. What this is about is our homeless veterans. Every individual who goes into the military comes out a very different person. Most come out much better. However, some come out with very serious scars and problems, depending on their experiences while they were serving. We owe it to those veterans who need a hand up, not a handout. They need a place where they can gain some self-esteem, honor, and education. I'm speaking for the veterans. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. All right, thanks for your testimony. Next is Karen Flood.
Good evening. My name is Karen Flood. I live at 976 St. Charles Drive. Yes, that's in Schmidt Park. I offer my thoughts tonight as a retired Realtor. And to continue the thoughts of this good man here, in my opinion, this is not about veterans. This is a business deal. This is about land and improvements. It is about the marketability of the project that is being proposed. Not the marketability of my home or the marketability of my neighbors in Schmidt Park. It's about the marketability of this parcel we're talking about tonight. It has two problems in the marketability area. One is soil testing. We know that the Brown County home had coal-fired heating systems and petroleum storage tanks. Previous speakers at these gatherings have detailed the residual chemicals and their impact on human beings and on our earth. I reference a 2013, yes, it was a long time ago, 2013 report that the city received when they studied the University Avenue redevelopment. Section 5 of that redevelopment is what we're talking about tonight. And in the study, it said the former mental health center had contaminants that were properly disposed of during demolition, but additional investigation is warranted. This may well be a comment on the cleanup, but maybe on the cleanup of the building debris, but not of the soil. The contributors to this report include private consulting companies and the Wisconsin DNR. A phase 1 study would quickly solve the problem. It would vastly improve the marketability of the project, because a U.S. courts have held that a buyer, leaseor, or lendor may be held responsible for remediation of hazardous substances even if the prior owner caused the contamination. So who wants to buy this property? Which leads us to the second problem of marketability. Who wants to buy this property? You all have anticipated some sense of failure in this project. One of the comments that was added by the committee a couple months ago was that if these services are dissolved, then we're going back to square one and starting all over. But who's going to want the property? How is it marketable? Even if it passes a phase 1, who wants a bunch of little houses? What are you going to do? Turn it into a condo? Parcel it out? Have taxes paid in proportion? Who wants to buy a 400 square foot condo? Are you looking at the future of this? I ask you to remember what I said at the beginning. This is not about veterans. This is about property and improvements. And I ask you, if you take the word veteran out of this entire multi-month discussion, would you really support tiny houses where there are no other tiny houses? And what is so special about tiny houses? We talked about the Gorman construction on University Avenue. Why does this clinical support have to be done in tiny houses? Why can't it be done in buildings that have a future? A good apartment building like the Gorman project. This is not about anxiety over veterans. This is about anxiety over the structure. If veterans were not part of this, would you really vote for this? Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions?
Sir.
Alder Hutchison.
Thank you for your testimony. Are you keen on the movement towards tiny houses across the country? There is seems to be a market. Are you aware of, what's your knowledge of that?
I am, yes. Tiny houses have just sort of appeared, maybe in the last 10 years. Because I've been retired about 10 years, so I remember hearing about tiny houses. There is something about the Midwest. We always seem to get things a little bit later than the East Coast and the West Coast. So now they've finally gotten here. Is it a trend? Is it a fad? I can't answer that question. But I do question its marketability as individual units on parcels of property.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks for your testimony. Next is Donna King.
I hope I'm using my school teacher voice. I told you before, my husband is a veteran, and he does a lot of volunteer work with veterans in Green Bay. He also got diabetes while he was a veteran. My father was a veteran. My father had lost one lung and part of another, but he built himself up and he built our home in Stevens Point. My uncle on D-Day ended up somewhere in a foxhole with 2 people who were dead. And then my grandfather was also a veteran. So I'm not opposed to anything with veterans, and I want that understood. Now, I'm going to give you some things about the Gorman Company again. The Gordon Company has partnered with Lutheran Social Services of Wisconsin and Upper Michigan. Their roots together have been over 100 years, so they've often specialized in programming and housing, helping people overcome addiction, enjoy safe and sustainable homes, and empower independent living. This development at Gorman, it targets vets and vet families and includes a partnership with Dry Hooch and some wraparound programs. Now, the Dry Hooch is there to provide veteran special services. Also, the Green Bay Associated Bank has fully financed the Gorman project, and they've always supported vets and vets-owned businesses. On May 22nd, 2004, Associated Bank was awarded Mental Health American Bell Seal for mental health programs. Now, I often wondered why we're stuck on this one piece of land where there's so much controversy about it. What about some other county land, like something behind the community treatment center? I mean, I know my father, he was in TB San for many years, and I know what veterans have done for him, and I'm not against veterans, and I want that very clear. But I'm wondering why the county can't find another spot for the other program, because, there's so much controversy about the land that's there. And I know that there's other land behind the treatment center. So that's one of my things that I want. Does anybody have any questions of me?
Your address, ma'am?
What? Oh, Donna King, 1220 St. Lawrence Drive, Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Very good.
And I want you all to know my other uncle, I've got veterans all around me, and different ones have
we got
had
it.
to have different
Yep.
programs.
We got it. Any questions? All right, thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Next is Adam Bushoud. Shoud?
My name's Adam Brosho. I'm owner-operator of a local recovery residence located at 1254 Cherry Street. I was asked today to come and speak on what the impact is on our neighbors, on our community, that programs like what we have, which are going to be very similar to what Veterans First is offering here. And we found nothing but extreme positive things to our neighbors. We actually have a shared driveway with one of our neighbors, and that neighbor has not picked up a shovel in 2 years that we have been there. Our guys are responsible for making sure that we have good neighbor policies with them, that they shovel for them. We've had the other neighbor that have asked us to help them with heavier equipment moving around. All of our guys jump out. Nobody ever questions that. We instill extreme structure inside of our guys inside homes like this to make sure that our neighbors are satisfied, are happy. We are WASH certified, which stands for Wisconsin Association of Sober Housing, which Veterans First will be a part of as well. We attend multiple coalitions with Veterans First as well. So Veterans First is not alone in this. They're going to be on the cutting edge of this types of stuff. WASH is a newer thing within the last couple years, but it is also backed by DHS. Part of the requirements to become WASH certified is making sure that there is a good neighbor policy in place. That when things happen, if they happen, that they know where to go. That our residents know exactly how to act and how to respond to each neighbor. And that it was with dignity and respect. They do not trash the property, they keep up on it. Our property value, since we have owned it, when we purchased this in 2020, was $170,000. We recently had it appraised and it came back at $255,000. Which right there tells me that our value of our property throughout our neighbors has not decreased, but continued increasing with the increase of the community and just homes in general. It hasn't caused any harm from what we have seen. With extreme structure that Veterans First is going to end up doing, such as we are doing, I don't see how this can fail. These veterans, they're good enough to go and literally die for us to be able to come up and for me to come up and be able to stand on this stand. But by denying them this, you're good enough to die for our country, but we're not good enough to help support them when they get back. That's a huge slap in the face, in my opinion, to every veteran. I am not a veteran. My father's a veteran. This comes near and dear to my heart. I just can't believe that this wouldn't be something that everyone will get on board with. When those people are the ones that literally laid down their lives so everyone can come up here and we can have these amazing conversations about this. Because they are my opinions. Just like people who don't agree with me are their opinions. But it's the veterans that are going to be affected.
All right, thanks so much for your testimony. Question here from Alder Prophet.
Hi, Adam. Thanks for coming to speak tonight. I'm the neighbor on the other side that doesn't share the driveway. So, yeah, it is me. So I will say the dangerous tree, you took care of that. Your lawn makes our lawn look worse. Your guys are always shoveling before we are, and they're coming over and making us look bad on our side again. So that's a separate issue. But,
Sorry about that.
I really do appreciate all the work that they do to maintain the property. The edging that you come out and do, we've never edged our property, like our grass. So I appreciate that. My question is, you brought up the WASH certification and that being like a relatively new program. if I understood that, like the last few years. Have you had like sit-down conversations with the Veterans First organization about that process? Like, are they aware of how to do that?
Yes, I have. We've had, they are part of the Brown County Sober Living Coalition, which in order to be part of that, you have to start becoming WASH certified. I have given them all of our policies, procedures, our phasing system, all of our rules, expectations that we have with our guys for them, which is actually has to go through WASH. And we've sat through a lot of time and hours with WASH to make sure, and they've had a lot of in-depth conversations with us to ensure that they provide those same policies and structure that we have that is required by WASH.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for always throwing the Frisbees back over the fence. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, sir. Next is Rich Heidel.
Good evening, Mayor, Common Council of City of Green Bay. My name is Rich Heidel. My address is 667 Hickory Way, Hobart, 54155. I want to thank all of you for your time tonight and the opportunity to speak. I probably have nothing new to say, nothing you haven't already heard 100 times. My grandfather came back from World War I, a man completely different than when he had left after having grown up in Florence County in the northern part of the state. I'm the third of four generations in my family who are Army veterans. My two sons are veterans. One is still serving. He's a Green Beret. He's been in 18 years. And if it's up to him, he'll be in another 18 years. I am, among other things, I am a recovering alcoholic. I am a graduate, a product of the Northeast Wisconsin Veterans Treatment Court. And perhaps that's probably the biggest contribution I can make here tonight. Just being some kind of a unicorn. I also happen to be the village president in Hobart, so my record is a public one. As elected officials, you folks are very aware of that. You have to be. You come in and you do your job. You know, you got to open the kimono and show the whole world who you are. So I make no bones about it. That's who I am. But I don't let my flaws or anybody else's flaws intimidate me from providing public service either, or doing the right thing. I strongly urge the council to support and approve the Veterans First project. I am right now a mentor myself in the Northeast Wisconsin Veterans Treatment Court, and I can speak directly about how you put a bunch of veterans together, regardless of what they're trained to do, they'll figure out how to do anything, and they'll do it better than anybody else. Our mentors, we're not clinicians, we're not psychologists, we're not social workers, we're just veterans. I was a former unit commander in the Army. It's in my blood to look out after the lives of men and women who serve. And that mentality is what makes the treatment court an excellent example of what happens when a community and a network come together. And the veterans are very well served in there. So I'll conclude my comments with that. If anybody has any questions, I'll be happy to take them, but I strongly urge support for the project.
Thanks for your testimony. Questions? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, Mike Sheedy.
Good evening. My name is Michael Sheedy. I live at 3562 South Timber Trail, Swamico, Wisconsin, 54173. I am also involved with Veterans Treatment Court. I'm the mentor coordinator for the Veterans Treatment Court. I'm the one that assigns our participants to their mentors. I also help train the mentors through the Veterans Treatment Court. Our success rate in our Veterans Treatment Card is over 80%. We, as Rich said, we become very involved with our veterans, and we help them get lined up with treatment. We help them get lined up with, if they have services coming through the VA, we help them get lined up. We help them find jobs. We help them find apartments. We deal with a lot of guys that have hit a really rough patch in their life, and we're here to try to help them come back as be viable members of society again. I'm also I've been in recovery for 14 years. I've had adverse to admitting I've had a series of OWIs in my life, but I have also turned my life around now because of the treatment I've gotten, the support I've gotten from the community, the ability to be involved with veterans is, veterans seek the camaraderie of other veterans. Veterans are attracted to veterans. They support one another. In a group setting like this that you're talking about, the tiny villages and all over there, it's going to be a viable place for us to, if needs be, that we can, we have a lot of trouble with guys that are, they've hit their rock bottom. I mean, they're come walking into us with nothing. And we have the ability to help them get back up on their feet, find their way back. We've got families reunited with other families. We've had guys that have, we've got guys that got married in court. And as I said earlier, we become very involved with the court and with the veterans. And Gail is also one of our mentors through the Veterans Treatment Court. So it's a very worthwhile project, and I'm a firm believer that this whole project of tiny homes is going to be successful because, as I said, it's veterans attracted to veterans, a sense of unity again, a sense of camaraderie, the fellowship, all that stuff will come from the veteran community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions? All right, appreciate your testimony. Next, we have the Honorable Mark Stoyer. And I just got to say, I didn't put you on the bottom of the pile here. That's just the way that it worked. Yeah.
Wow, honorable. I like it. Mark Stoyer, 1730 Nancy Avenue, Green Bay. I forgot how enjoyable sitting through these is. I've had my share of these meetings over time. This is a hot button topic issue, and we've, over the years, I've seen many of these, and sometimes you vote with your head, sometimes you vote with your heart, and you try to listen to all the reasoning behind it. I mean, for me, the fact is that the Plan Commission has a conditional use set up on this. There are a lot of rules and regulations that they have, that Veterans First will have to go through to make sure this project works. If it doesn't work, they can pull the cord. So I talked about that last time I testified. I worked in the planning office for 25 years, and they looked at this project over a long period of time as far as the land. That land has been fallow or vacant for many, many years. A large area. The county wanted to put housing, they wanted to put other developments in there over time. So, the fact is that, a lot of folks want to just keep it open, don't even do anything with it. I know the folks at Veterans First on this project. I think they're honorable folks. Like I said, you can vote with your head or you can vote with your heart on this one, but I really feel that that due diligence has been done. It's been vetted. I mean, I was on council till this past April, and we were talking about this 3 months before I left. So I don't know what else can be said except that I support this project. I feel that it'll be a great addition to the area. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? All right. Thanks, sir. That exhausts our list of folks who'd like to testify. If you'd like to approach the podium and state your name and address, feel free.
Hi, I'm Jordan Karsten. I'm at 2050 Fescue Way in Swamico, Wisconsin. I can speak a little bit to the issue of the unmarked burials. So I have a PhD in anthropology. I'm a professor of anthropology at UW Oshkosh, and I'm one of the state's qualified archaeologists to work in burial sites. And I was contacted by Veterans First about serving as a burial monitor for this project. So for me, just looking into the project, I contacted the Wisconsin State Historical Society to look into the background of the project and talked to the burial coordinator there and looked at images and just asked if they wanted a monitor for the site. They told me that they did not think it was necessary, but that the city desired to have one. I can say, having worked with the Wisconsin State Historical Society, that they are pretty conservative in this regard. If they think that there are the possibility to hit burials, they typically are going to mandate a burial monitor at the site. And after looking at some of the images, they think that most of the development is going to take place on the actual old building that was present at the site. And so they are not super concerned about disturbing unmarked burials, although you can never be 100% sure of that. And so I had to agree with their assessment of the site myself. And so although there's always the possibility that unmarked graves could be disturbed, my read of the situation is that it's relatively unlikely. I think having GPR surveys, so ground penetrating radar surveys, I use them myself all the time. They're not foolproof. They can find objects buried in the ground, and only ground truthing is able to identify them. More surveys are always great, although I think that the contextual information that they have here leads me definitely to the opinion that the possibility of disturbing those unmarked burials is pretty low.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions from council here? Alder Grant.
In your experience, if a bone is found, what typically are the next action steps?
By state statutes, you'd have to contact WHS, so Wisconsin Historical Society, and then the entire project would stop, and then the state burial coordinator and other officials there would work towards a mitigation process.
And what does that mitigation process typically look like?
It depends on the context of the discovery.
What
It
if
can
the-
range from large-scale burials and removal of individuals and reburial at different locations to adjustments to the construction project itself.
Okay, thank you.
Any others? All right, no, just questions I'm referring to. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. We do, I think, have somebody online who'd like to speak.
Yeah, Mayor, this is Jesse Burnett. Can you hear me?
We can, yep.
Okay.
It's former Alder night at City Council, so go ahead.
Yeah. Jesse Burnett, 2595 South Trillium Circle, Green Bay. I wasn't going to speak, but obviously I have an interest in this from my time on the council as well as my professional day-to-day work. And one thing that stuck out earlier in the meeting, that as a person who's viewing these proceedings and someone who has a knowledge of the two main people behind Veterans First, that made me very uncomfortable was the comments made about Gail Knorr. And I appreciate Attorney Bungart clearing the air and letting the council know that there are certain things in a person's past, in this case, that should not influence your decision. But I felt like it made me uncomfortable as a viewer, because sometimes a person's past or mistakes that they made, it shouldn't unfairly characterize them for life. People make mistakes, and there are things in a person's past that they are not proud of and mistakes that they made that they own up to. And just a simple search of CCAP shows that the last of the 4 instances was well over a decade ago. So if we're going to cast stones at a person's past, I would hope that there be more recent examples for a person to use. And then my experience working with this population, although I am far, far from an expert, very humbly doing the best that I can, my experience has been a person who has gone through trauma, a person who has made mistakes, a person who has served in combat, that those sorts of experiences really inform and shape their ability to reach people just like them, people who have been in combat, people who have knowing what it's like to be a veteran and then come home and not always be able to acclimate themselves to civilian life, maintaining an apartment or a home, having a good family life, avoiding drugs and alcohol. So I think that, when you deliberate this, just be very, very careful not to let this become a veterans first issue. It's more of a, is this a right location for this sort of facility? And that, of course, is for the council to decide. But Veterans First is a solid organization led by extremely solid people that have an incredible amount of community support. So wherever this facility is placed, whether it's at the applied for site or anywhere else throughout the community, Veterans First will be successful. And I'm hoping that the council realizes that, and that we don't take comments, you don't take comments made that really unfairly characterize a person who has devoted their entire professional life to helping veterans. Thank you.
All right, thanks for the testimony. Thanks for being here. Questions? All right, and then back to the folks in the room here.
Good evening. I hope you guys can hear me better than we can hear you. The audio is pretty bad back there. My name is Jason Scompers. I'm a resident of Schmidt Park, live at 1006 Mount Mary Drive, and I'm a member of the Schmidt Park United Resident Group. I strongly oppose this project. On the Veterans First YouTube channel, there is a video in which Gail Knorr states, "We want it to be in a place where it will be accepted by different neighboring communities." If you take note of the supporters speaking here, or look at the addresses of those that signed their petition, they are from neighboring communities such as Swamico, De Pere, and Appleton. Very few are from the community most affected. After reviewing the 665 signatures from the Vets First position, we were only able to find 5 from Schmidt Park, less than 1%. We do have signatures to back our petition, and they are all from Schmidt Park. We reached out to 337 mailing addresses of the 633 addresses in Schmidt Park, targeting only the area highlighted here. Homes where we contacted someone living there was 180. Total handwritten signatures that I have here tonight that oppose Vets First is 140. This includes 21 signatures from Veterans Manor, reinforcing opposition isn't anti-veterans. Homes in favor of Vets First was 10, homes undecided was 30. Homes where we were unable to contact the residents, a flyer was left to sign an online petition if desired. 40 additional signatures resulted from our online efforts for a total of 180 signatures. Based on feedback from the previous meeting, I want to clarify and adjust a few things. First and foremost, this was a petition drive. It was not intended to be an unbiased survey or poll. Our group was specifically looking to find support and disseminate the main areas of our concerns. Since this is not a survey, I want to be clear that we are not making a statement where we believe the true proportion of opposition is within Schmidt Park. We are reporting the sample proportion of opposition, and that is 93.3%. I hope this is clear and you feel your voices were heard from the concerns addressed at the last meeting. Again, the following changes have been made. Cochrane formula is used to only support the sample size for our petition. A 95% level of confidence and 7% margin of error requires a sample size of 150. Online petitions signatures have been excluded from our sample proportion of opposition. The closing statement from our petition drive has been altered from, "We are 95% confident the true opposition of Vets First among residents in Schmidt Park is between 89.7 and 99.7%, to the following. At the conclusion of our petition drive, it was noted the sample proportion of opposition among Schmidt Park residents was 93.3%. So I ask you members of the Common Council to keep this in mind when voting on this issue. You are elected to represent a specific group of people within the city of Green Bay. Although most of you do not represent the residents of Schmidt Park, it sends a message to the residents you represent. Will you stand behind the majority of those affected by your decisions, or will you allow your own interests and agenda to dictate your decision? The choice is yours. I can only hope the integrity of voting members before me prevails. Thank you for your time and service to the city of Green Bay.
All right, any questions? Alder Prophet.
Yeah, just a quick one. Thanks for providing some clarity there. I'm just wondering, you mentioned the 337 mailing addresses. Do you happen to have out of the 140 that oppose, how many come from the same household?
You're asking of the, restate the question.
Yep, no problem. So out of the 337 mailing addresses, I'm just wondering how many unique out of those 140 signatures? So how many are like two from one house?
The 337 mailing addresses were doors that we knocked on. Those were addresses reached out to. The homes where we had contacted somebody there was 180. I would have to go back and verify to give you an explicit answer, and I can follow up with an email if necessary.
That would be wonderful. I would appreciate that. Thank you again for providing clarity. I really appreciate that.
All right, thanks. Thanks for your testimony. Feel free, yeah, come on up. And just to note, this is our, third meeting with multiple hours of testimony at each meeting. It's getting late, and so if you can be concise, I think everybody would appreciate it.
Thank you. My name is Duke Bryce. I live on the corner of St. Anne and St. Anthony Drive. I'm not here to poke at anybody's character or anything. I'm just here to give you our spiel of, I've lived in that area for 32 years, so I don't want to say a pioneer, but I've been there a long time. Community has changed a lot. The reason so many people are upset is just by the great amount of projects that's been put in that area. We have 7 of them, from Halfway House, Freedom House Homeless Shelter. We already have a veterans shelter. We have a jail. We have a psychiatric center. We have low housing projects. I mean, we have 7, and now you want to give us 21 more. I mean, that's a bit abusive. I mean, it really is. I mean, you got to walk in our shoes and understand 400 square foot homes. That's the size of an ice shanty. What's it going to look like 5 years and 10 years down the road? It does not beautify anyone's neighborhood. Matter of fact, like previous speaker, the people sitting behind me aren't from that area. Would they go home and rap on their neighbor's door tonight and say, we don't have a homeless shelter for vets. What do you think we build one? How do you think that conversation would end? We've been through it so many times. That's the biggest reason. The second biggest reason is the cemetery. No pun intended, but our family has skin in the game. Mary Tosh is my brother-in-law's great-great-grandmother who was buried there. That's the whole story that they've talked about. My sister has a stack of documents. Matter of fact, they were forwarded over to the county supervisors, requested them, and she sent them over, I believe, yesterday or the day before. She has more knowledge on that than your public library does. There are approximately like 90-some people buried there. The problem is everyone knows that, and they have for years, but nobody knows exactly where. I would just like to ask the council members, if it was one of your relatives, how would you vote tonight? How would you vote knowing that you have a great-great-grandmother buried in there? It's that area, and then there's the environmental issues. I mean, I can sit here and give you reasons. A couple blocks down the street, there's a brew pub that was put in the neighborhood. It has parking for less than 30 people. And the residents at the Veterans Building now, they drive these motorized wheelchairs around. There's no sidewalks. So I would think that you're going to have some more of that come. There's no sidewalks. And when the brew pub has an event, cars are parked 2 and 3 blocks down the street. I sit on my porch and I watch people pull up, open their door, and here comes the guy, because there's no sidewalk. People backing out of their driveways with those cars back.
3 minutes is up, sir.
Okay, but
Question?
anyway, we have a lot of reasons, and we've had so much stuff thrown at us, it just isn't fair to taxpayers. We have 7 projects, and you want to give us 21 more
Got
that
it.
could easily
Sir,
turn into a lot more.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
You bet. Any questions? All right, thank you. Yep, come on up.
All right. My name is Karen Storr. I have the Wellness Center. I'm on the east side, 2330 Meadow Park Drive, and my home residence is 2794 Oakwood. I've been in business like this for 13 years, moved to a bigger place, a little bit what they're doing, just starting out. When I started out, I had nothing, and it developed into this beautiful, place that I have right now. But when I heard from the last meeting that there were issues, people were concerned about after hours, what's going to happen, who's going to be there, what's going to take place. So I reached out to my networking people, which I'm involved with a lot of different community organizations, and we all came together and we said we'll get enough volunteers to take care of the after hours when everybody's closed up. We will be there. We'll have volunteers there, and they're all screened, because I work with volunteers all the time now. So it's not anything unusual. We're just going to need more, and we're going to run it the same like a hospital would be. If somebody can't come in to work, they call the next person on call. So the hours will be taken care of. They'll do shifts, whether it's 4 hours, 2 hours, or 8 or 10 hours. So those hours will be covered. And we get things done. Okay? Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. All right, thanks for your testimony.
Okay.
Oh, Alder Grant. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, quick question. Where will those volunteers be when they're on shift?
They will be where they're going to be viewing the cameras and all that stuff. They will be there.
On site?
On site. Oh, yes, on site.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
All right.
I'm just trying to get it done fast.
Thank you. All right, anyone else?
Hans Christensen, 2855 Mount Carroll Drive in Green Bay, Wisconsin. I am a member of the Schmidt Park United Residents Team. As a matter of fact, I'm the chair, and I oppose this project. For the record, I want to tell the fine gentleman behind me, I am a vet. My late brother, was a founding member of the Desert Storm Veterans of Wisconsin. My father, my sister, and 5 other brothers are all military service members. This is not about the military. This is about the appropriateness of this project in a residential neighborhood. When we last convened, the Honorable Alder Johnson made a motion to direct city staff to find an alternate location. We left feeling very positive about that, knowing that the county alone has 298 or 7 acres of land available today. What is the magic with this site? Why are we disenfranchising 653 residents for 21 homes? Why are we disenfranchising them when we have hundreds of acres available? I don't know what the magic is. I can't figure it out. I wish someone would tell me. I wish the good doctor was here, the archaeologist, because we concede that the graveyard, the site, the development site, likely will not infringe upon the burial site. Likely. We conceded that. We don't know what happened since 1858. I was talking with the State Burial Society, Taylor Lamberger, and she made it very clear. There was buildings there, they've been demolished. There's likely been trauma to that site already. There's likely been bodies that we don't know that have been uncovered and moved off to another site. So we want to traumatize that site yet again? It doesn't make sense. We need to follow the lead of other municipalities who have made their sites into educational platforms filled with storyboards, and the kids from school can go there and tour it and read the storyboards and learn about history back from 1858. Someone asked me why this is personal for me. It got personal the day I spoke with Joe Belinsky. Joe Belinsky is a relative of Mary Tosh. During the height of the pandemic, call it a woman's intuition or whatever it was, she had this great pull that someone was saying, "Come find me." The hair on my arm stood up as she was telling me this story. And a woman's intuition, she kept hearing this voice, she thought she was going crazy, "Come find me." The moment she found out about Mary Tosh being an inmate in the insane asylum at the age of 38 with 3 kids, 9, 6, and 3, she found the great-grandmother that was been crying out, "Find me." The chills were just unbelievable. So this is not about something we've made up, something we've dreamed up. How could we just oppose this? We've had logical arguments, ladies
Sir,
and gentlemen.
your 3
We
minutes
presented the facts.
have expired.
We'll let the facts rest as they will.
All right, thank you, sir. Questions? Yeah, Alder Galvin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I'm looking at the map, this huge field, woods, and everything. Is there anything you would accept to be developed there?
I'm sorry?
Is there anything that you would accept to be developed in this area that I'm looking at?
Is there anything except to be,
Is there anything that you would accept that could be developed in this area?
absolutely. If you can agree to tell me, have a GPR study to define the burial grounds definitively, the extent, the range, and the size, have at it. We will be great partners. I started this with Gail and Kim Knorr. You can tell them, they'll confirm it. I sent emails welcoming them, saying, let's make this a great project. Let's be successful. It wasn't until things started going haywire that they shut down. So, yes, that property can be developed in the right way, but tell us where the graveyard is.
So that's the only thing holding you back personally is the graveyard?
The only thing holding me back is finding those bodies and desecrating them. It's beyond me, beyond the pale.
All right, thank you.
Anything else? All right, thanks, sir. Anyone else?
Hey.
Going once? Come on up.
I'm a fast talker, so this will be fast. All right, Merritt Jazwinski, 4920 North Mead Street. Recent new board member to Veterans First, financial representative with a Fortune 500 well-accredited financial firm. Veteran from 2014 to 2020. Can you understand me? All right, cool. A little slower, sorry. Grandpa was an auctioneer, and I hate slow talkers. Also member of the Post 539 all-female American Legion. This will be fast, but can everyone just raise their hand? I don't know if this is allowed, but we're gonna do it anyways, because we're gonna test the limit. So if everyone can just raise their hand just a little bit and put it down at some point if you have ever experienced a disability yourself, either short-term or long-term. If you have ever experienced an unexpected medical event, whether it's cancer, a tumor. If you have gone through a divorce, job loss, loss of a family member, victim of abuse. If you or someone you know have gone through one of those, right, that is called a hardship. I bring that up because as a financial representative, I see this so often. It's so quickly to go through a hardship. It's not just veterans, it's civilians, it's everyone. It's so quickly. Like I said, job loss. We saw that during COVID, how quickly it is for someone to get off from underneath their feet. This does not make someone less than human or not normal. We all have our struggles. The difference between these veterans and a lot of us who are still standing is how we bounce back and how we reacted to this, right? So many of us probably had a better support system. We had parents, we had siblings, we had friends that we could lean on. You know, if it was you lost your house, maybe you had house insurance, whatever it was you had. If lost a family member, you have life insurance, you get the point. This just goes to show that not everyone has that same foundation, that same support in place. These veterans, you know, as far as the affordable housing goes, I think someone had said it, you know, they have skin in the game. They have so much of their income coming in has to go towards the house for their future house. Oh my goodness. So they have ownership in it, just as, you know, a lot of us have kids who want skin in the game as far as college, right? They have ownership in it. They're going to be more careful. They're going to be more hardworking. So that's all I have to say. I know it's not anything new that anyone else has said, but in support of it. And yeah.
Thanks for your testimony.
Hopefully you understood that.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Hello, I'm Gail Knorr, 13427 Velp Avenue, co-founder of Veterans First. Hello, alders and staff. So we did speak with the State Historical Society's burial site coordinator, and she was working with the Office of the State Archaeologist, and she said in the letter that I sent to you, our staff concur that while the boundaries presently recorded need to be slightly adjusted, those adjustments do not overlap the proposed development boundaries as sent to our office. The experts in both of our offices have consulted those archaeologist survey reports generated and submitted to the Historical Society in an effort to draw boundaries that will best protect those individual sites. So, with that being said, I think we sent this all to everyone. That is the new boundaries that they came up with as of May 14th. So the tan area is the old survey. The purple area is the new survey that they've discovered, and the pink area is the buffers. So we've sent this all to everyone. You have seen it. That is the newest, most accurate information that they have. They also say, again, both the Burial Sites Office and the Office of State Archaeologists have reviewed all our records, documentation, and mapping, again, to assure that we are providing the correct recommendation. In our professional opinions and review, the proposed development plans do not overlap with existing and proposed amended boundaries for the Brown County Poor Farm Cemetery. And to answer the questions of those who are saying we don't have services provided, as someone said, we have 75 partner agencies. We have 8 employment and education agencies, and most of them are coming on site. 3 of them are offering jobs for our veterans on site, like that, immediately. 11 healthcare and emotional services. We are partnering with the VA clinic. 8 of our veterans are going to have HUD-VASH vouchers that are project-based. So they will be getting VA health care along with case management and up to 70% of their rent paid for. The Vet Center is also going to be working with us. New community clinic, so and Brown County Community Treatment Center. The services that we are providing on our site are Church Health Services, Mental Health Agency, Foundations Health and Wellness, 9th Street Wellness Center. Karen already spoke of that, but she has many counselors. They do like wellness, massages, and chiropractic, and holistic services. They are coming on site. Resonate Body and Energy is also coming on site with massage therapy. Beaming Equine Therapy is coming on site with their horses. And Movement and Meditation is coming on site as well. So all of those agencies are coming on site. They are offering services that it was said that we weren't offering services. We have 9 financial agencies. We have contracts with all of these. We have contracts with all of these 30 agencies that I sent to the Planning Commission. And I tried to send it again to you today. I'm not sure if you got it, but the Planning Commission did have it. 9 financial services, including Associated Bank that is doing financial literacy classes on site. The Elks Lodge, who someone already spoke. 2 mortgage companies that are going to be helping them file a VA home loan, which is no money down, very low interest, and help them find houses to purchase. after 5 years. If they want to stay as a squad leader and be on site for when we are, the staff are gone, they will be also in charge along with Ninth Street Wellness. So we have 8 different support staff, full-time and part-time. Kim is a general contract. He's a general contractor, and he's going to be on site doing that. We have 30 different construction agencies that are partnering with us, along with the trades who are offering apprenticeships for our veterans who can get NWTC certification. 7 different security measures. Our cameras are connected to the Green Bay Police Department, or will be. I think that is about all. I want to appreciate the time that you gave me to speak, and I encourage you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? Mayor? Yeah, Alder Johnson, then Alder Stevens.
Oh, I'm
Yep.
sorry.
Thank you, Gail, for your testimony. I assume you're raising the funding to pay for the construction of everything here? Is that
We
correct?
have the first 7 homes paid for. And the construction a lot of it is going to be donated. We need to purchase the materials at a discounted rate, so that's mostly what the funds are for.
Okay.
And so for phase 2 and phase 3, we are working right now on a federal home loan grant that hopefully will help us pay for 2 and 3.
What is the average cost to construct one of these units?
$50,000.
50,000, okay. And is this Veterans First is a nonprofit organization?
Nonprofit, that's
Okay.
correct.
And
We are
so-
not in it to make money. We
Right.
are in it to provide services.
And that organization, with its board of directors, will have the governing responsibility of what is happening on this site?
Yes, and we have 15 very experienced board of directors. We have 2 lawyers with over 30 years' experience each, 2 nonprofit executive directors who are executive directors of million-dollar businesses, 3 financial experts, 2 housing choice voucher experts, 2 very respected veterans with many years of board experience, and 1 founder of Veterans First, Veterans Village Apartments in Appleton.
Okay. And if something were to ever happen, because you're the executive director, right? Or-
I am a
or is Kim-
co-founder.
Yep. Okay, so, but you and Kim are managing kind of the day-to-day, right?
Yes.
So if anything ever happens to you, or if you fail to perform in your responsibilities, does the board still have control of this operation?
Yes, the board will oversee.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Alder Stevens? No, you're good. Anything else, Alder Grant?
Just a question for clarification. Did you say the cameras will be linked to the police department? Because it's my
Yes.
understanding they weren't.
They will be. They will have access to them.
What does that mean? Can you clarify that?
So if something is brought up, they would have access to our cameras whenever they need to. It's not a continual monitoring, it's access.
Okay. And then, did you get any explanation from the Historical Society about the lack of surveying in Area A? That's that northern point.
I do not know about that. Jared, is he still here? No? Oh. Our archaeologist would have that access. I honestly don't know, but A is more down here. Our site is not on your map, so you don't really know where our site is compared to that map that you have, where A is.
Okay.
This is the current location of the burial site that they have determined.
Okay, I just didn't know if they had specified why there hasn't been a little bit more research into that. That is all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thanks.
You're
Anything
welcome.
else? One more from Alder Johnson.
Sorry, Gail, just because this was an issue that had been brought up, but I don't think there's really been a response to it, and that is the potential for hazardous materials or contamination on the site. Have you
Yes.
conducted environmental testing?
I would like to have Kim speak to that, if that's okay.
Sure.
He still has a chance to come up, so he knows more about that than I do.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's the only unresolved question that I have.
Yeah, he will speak to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thanks for your testimony.
Thanks for your patience tonight. Oh, my God. I'm Kim Knorr, co-founder of Veterans First. My address is 13427 Velp Avenue, Swamico, Wisconsin. Alder, did you want me to respond to that?
Yes, please.
Yeah. From all the research I've done, and I've checked with city staff on this, is all that they do not require a phase one environmental study on it. Our belief has just been, everything has been paved, back after that there was coal ash on that property. So that whole area has been excavated and then resodded, basically.
Okay, thank you.
I had a little bit of a letter I was gonna read, but I'm not gonna do that tonight. I think everything's been covered. I really think with this archaeology, that we leave it to the state experts, we leave it to, like, Dr. Carstens, who was here. He's done a lot of research in this. If the Wisconsin State Historical Society had any doubts at all, they would definitely put a lot more of regulations on us. They're gonna err on the side of being conservative every time. And every conversation I've had with them and what the county's had with them is that they feel they can't be 100% sure, but they're very confident that there will be no bodies on that area. Is there any other questions that you have for me before?
You bet. Alder Presley.
Thank you for your testimony. I had heard this from one of my constituents. My district vaguely gets very close to it, but they were worried about the sidewalks, and I'd heard that from a couple other people as well. Have you had any conversations about sidewalk connecting the property to a bus stop on St. Anthony?
Yeah, the city's requiring that on the PUD. We have to have either a sidewalk or a trail coming from, like, our community center down to St. Anthony, that will come real close to that bus stop.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Does anyone else like to speak? Yeah.
My name is Tom Olson. I live at 3477 Highland Center Drive, Green Bay. I'm here on behalf of a position as a board member for Veterans First, also as president and CEO of Cornerstone Foundation, which is a donor to this project. I grew up on the west side of Green Bay, and way earlier, the mayor referred to the river and its widening. It was probably deeper even back in those days.
I believe that.
West and east were the biggest high schools in town, and the football rivalry was amazing. Sometimes they tried to close the bridge. They'd keep all the students in during the week before for lunch and couldn't go out. I pretty much decided before I went to college that if I ever came back to Green Bay, I was going to be living on the west side, not the east side. Well, after I came back from school in 1976 till now, I've only resided on the east side. Things change, attitudes change. And that's kind of what I'm hearing here, is that there's a resistance to change. And I think that's kind of human nature. It's natural. There's a branch of modern physics called quantum mechanics, and what it really is, it's a study of these tiny things. You can't even see them with a microscope. All you can do is talk about probabilities. These things are constantly changing in ways that you can't predict, always predict. It's probable. That's kind of the way it is in the big world we live in. Everything's changing constantly, and I get it. I mean, I also experienced a little bit of something happening to the neighborhood that I'm in. We're the second occupied house in the spring of 1983 at Bay Highlands. And at the end of the summer, there was probably 8 houses. And the only way into the subdivision was from Spartan Road. And that's the way it was, and the community grew and had quite a few houses there. And then the project for extending Huron came about. And our neighborhood was not real pleased with that. Tried to suggest moving it further to the east, it would be. And that didn't happen. And was I for that going through at the time? Probably not. But looking back in retrospect, it was obviously the best thing to do. Huron Road, if it wasn't there right now, connected to the highway, would probably not be a good situation. From my experience in business and in life, when change does happen, you can do a couple things. You can either resist it, or you can embrace it and look for those opportunities that change creates. And I think there's some that are pretty hopeful here. I think one is actually expected, and I believe will happen, and that's that we'll be helping veterans find homes while they're going through some of the things that we've heard about tonight and trying to get their life back together. We'll be providing something for veterans that would be homeless and looking for homes. There's something that I'm confident will happen at some point, and that's again from hearing veterans talk about how they react with other veterans. There is a rift right now between the Veterans Manor and this project. I think that there's going to be a bond developed over time, and that will come together, and these veterans will get along together.
Sir, your 3 minutes have expired. Is there any final thoughts?
I'm hopeful. The last one's a hopeful. And that's that I think all of us have had visitors come, friends, family, whatever, for weekends or however long. And one of the things they want to do is take a tour of Green Bay, some of the sites, drive-by tour. I'm hopeful that when we get this thing up and done, all set up and going, that this project could be something that you might want to include on your trip to show visitors around Green Bay. That here's something that Brown County and Green Bay came together as a community and can be proud of, because we are bringing self-respect back to these veterans and we're providing them homes. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Right. Thank you, sir. Any questions? All right, thanks for your testimony. Anyone else? All right, seeing none. Motion to close. Motion to close floor made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Johnson. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. We have a motion and a second on the report for approval. Comments on that, Alder Grant?
I do have another question for staff. Condition 3 of our PUD states, if the social and support services uses are discontinued, the managed social support services shall terminate immediately. What are we requiring or classifying as social and support services?
Well, I would think that would be the list of services that they've provided to us as part of this report.
So all services would have to, I mean, I guess, is there a threshold that if we see a dip in 50% of the services, I mean, the reality is that is lack of the original agreement that was stated that would be provided.
I think we'd have to look at that as staff and decide whether or not that those services being provided are helping with the project or not helping with the project, right? If we look at that and we say, well, wow, 50% of the services are no longer there, and we've noticed that there are issues, right, with the property, that I think we'd bring them in and have to review that. So I don't see it listed, you know, with regards to this report as a specific list of services.
Is that something we can include into the PUD?
I think you have the option of putting that in the PUD if you choose to do so.
Okay. I just have a couple thoughts. I will say I'm a little disappointed that the county and the Veterans First are not interested in other locations that we asked for. That puts us in a position that we were trying to avoid, and that is a little frustrating. The reality is the neighbors of Schmidt Park have had past experiences within their neighborhood due to neighboring facilities and specialized facilities. And who are we to tell them that their feelings and truth aren't correct? I have heard stories. I know they say it is a safe area, but when the mental health facility was there, they had people coming to their door in the middle of the night asking to use their phone because they had escaped. So the trauma that they went through, in a sense, is not related to this project specifically. It is something they experienced, and they can't just turn that off. I don't think that a lot of the issues are of necessarily the struggles that veterans face, but the lack of the committed, non-volunteer services that say they'll be a part of this. I can appreciate that there's going to be 24-hour volunteer services, but there's no guarantee that that dissolves a month from now. And that, I think, is their biggest concern. And again, I've said this before, but we as a council have to be okay with, if a bone is found, what the next steps are. That is out of our control, and we have to be okay with that. I am a little concerned that this is an affordable housing project, yet rent is $900. When I do look at the Gorman Apartments, A one-bedroom apartment starts as low as $443, and it's 731 square feet. You can get a three-bedroom, 1.5 bath, 1.5 bath, 1,300 square feet for $1,118. So I'm trying to understand. So I did, by the way, apologize. I found out the HUD-VASH amount, and that is, sorry, I'm switching screens here. It's just below $33,440 or $45. I rounded up. So if you make $33,450, you do not qualify for that voucher. $900 times 12 is $10,800. A third of their income would go to this affordable housing. I have a hard time finding that affordable. And again, when we talk about services, the intake form, I think, again, this is another issue the residents have. The intake form that the NORS will be evaluating asks for mental health symptoms, that they ask about anxiety, concentration, mood, paranoid thoughts, manic episodes, suicidal and homicidal ideologies, a timeline of these symptoms, previous treatment history, mental health treatment history, AODA treatment history, types of treatment, inpatient, voluntary, involuntary. What did you like about it? Physical, emotional, and sexual abuse. These are very high-level medical questions. I don't believe someone who is not licensed to deal with these, I understand they're referring the services, I get that. But how do you educatedly refer someone when you are not licensed to analyze this? So those are just a couple of the questions and points that I understand from this, and I hope we can have a little bit discussion. I do think it's very valid to say this is not about the project, but the location, and I think that's key. So that's all I have at this time.
Thanks, Alder. Other questions, comments? All right, we have a motion and a second. Alder Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had all kinds of notes written. I'm going to ignore them. You would think after 20 years, these types of votes get easier. They get harder. You know, they really do, because no matter how you vote, somebody's not going to be happy. Somebody's going to be upset, and that's the nature of it. That's what we signed up for. You know, you try and find a perfect way to solve things, and sometimes it's not there, and that's unfortunate. And you know, all things being equal, I really do rely strongly on the representative of an affected district. That's how I base where I start things at. That's not always how I end things, but I like to base it there. Now, we've all seen the myriad of emails and reports and testimony. I mean, a lot, right? There's a lot to digest, and I fully feel everybody here has digested it, and we'll make an informed opinion. You know, I'll admit I had serious reservations about this project for a lot of the reasons given. I think most of them have been allayed. I do believe, you know, boy, and while it's not about vets, it kind of is, you know. They've done so much for us, and boy, you know, I get it. We're asking a lot of this neighborhood, but, you know, we might need to. So for me, maybe it's an informed leap of faith, but I think this is going to work. And I think if we want it to work, it will work. And so I'm voting for it. Thanks.
So, any other comments? Alder Prophet, then Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a few things, actually. I am going to stick to my notes if that's all right. So the first thing I wanted to ask about, kind of piggying back off of the third point in the PUD, I think there's a lot of conditions on this, but if we could maybe ask staff what that looks like. So let's say we decide, you know, a point was raised about marketability. Let's say if for some reason the services aren't being rendered, we as a city decide, nope, we're going to take this. Is it all one parcel? What is our next steps as a city then? Do we decide to divide all 21 units, or what is, I just like to know what that looks like, and if anyone has clarity.
Well, I think what we would do in that situation, and I can't say that I've had that experience up to this point, other than a property that might be considered a nuisance property, we would work with the law department, police department, and look at the property as a whole, whether we take that back in a receivership or we bring the owners in, we kind of force a sale, something to that effect. So we would become, I guess, aggressive with how we would handle that situation if it had become like a nuisance situation.
Okay. And then my second one is probably also for Director Wig, so apologies. I know that Alder Johnson had asked and Kim had responded that the city is comfortable not doing a phase 1 study. Could you just elaborate on that a little further? What had led you as a city staff to decide, yep, we're good with no phase 1 soil testing study?
I'm gonna let Deputy Director, environmental guy handle that.
It's just not required by the city. The Wisconsin DNR is the authority on contaminated properties, and so anything that would be required would be for them to determine.
I think I'm good.
Okay, great. Alder Johnson, then Alder Galvin.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, obviously, we made the referral 2 weeks ago, and I think it was for good reason. And I think it allowed us an opportunity to maybe really vet out some of the concerns that have been shared by the neighborhood. And I think we too had high hopes that maybe an alternative could be found that could sort of make everybody happy. But of course, at the end of the day, we're back here and we've got the item before us. So, you know, and it really kind of puts us in this position of kind of an up or down vote, or do we want to make modifications to improve what we have? And so as I listened to a number of the concerns, you know, obviously there are a number of things that were brought up, and I think sort of the example to Gorman. Gorman is a wonderful developer. I have no doubts about that. And one of the reasons I asked the question about the average cost to construct one of these units is because $50,000 for one of these units, but you know, a structure like what Gorman's building, you're probably looking 200 to $225, right, to build just one apartment, right, within an overall apartment complex. So you can see where the cost starts to be very different. You know, I think when you look at the topic was brought up about tiny homes being a trend, and I would even expand that reach into something called ADUs, or accessory dwelling units. And this is a growing trend, and it's because it's about trying to get more affordable housing and higher density clusters in certain areas. And so this to me kind of aligns with that, and a philosophy that I do embrace. I think we've addressed or alleviated the concerns around the bodies. I think you know, that's really been talked about at length, as has the board and the management. I think those questions, for me at least, have been answered. Environmental's been answered. I think property value is oftentimes something that comes up in these discussions, and I haven't really seen any evidence to suggest it. In fact, there's a pretty big field here that really creates quite a bit of separation even from some of those residential homes. My residents, I've had probably maybe 10 people that have reached out, and it's been unanimous support for this project. So I know that was brought up, you know, to vote with your hearts and kind of what your residents want to see, and at least that's what I have personally experienced. So I think at this point, where I feel is there's been a lot of conjecture that really has lacked in evidence to suggest lack of, you know, why we shouldn't support this. So I feel good that we've answered the concerns. The one thing, though, that I do want to validate, and that is clearly a vast majority of the neighborhood does not want it. I mean, I think that is validated, and we know that. You know, but I think one of the struggles that we oftentimes have as a body is when you have these pieces of property and the neighbors want something different, right? I don't want a fast food restaurant, I want a dental clinic. I don't want this, I want that. And we see that a lot. And it's really hard, right? Because those desires are certainly, valid and something that neighborhood wants to see. But it's really hard for us as a body to make land use decisions based on a preference. And I just, unfortunately, there's not enough evidence there to suggest to me that any of the other concerns are, kind of rooted in something that a response hasn't been provided. So I will support this for that reason, though I do want to emphasize that I wish we could have had found an alternative solution that would have made everybody happy. But knowing that we are where we are, I think this is the right path to go.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Galvin, then Morgan.
Thank you, Your Honor. I missed, unfortunately, the first testimony done on this 2 weeks ago, but I sure caught up quick tonight. It's very passionate. People care about their neighborhoods, they care about their homes, and it's very obvious that the Schmidt Park people do. I've known people that live out there. I mean, I remember the controversy they went through with their own pool system that they have out there. And I worked out there for a lot of time. got to meet people, handled calls out there. They're just like anyone else's neighborhood. Are they getting a raw deal? I don't know. I've got a couple of different homeless programs operating right now in my district. One was very controversial when an old nursing home was converted into a homeless shelter. And it was a program to help men get back on their feet. They charge people to stay there. They're still operating as such. And the neighbors, by and large, have bought into the program, support it now. They appreciate it being there. There was some talk about property values. And you hear that all the time, anytime something's going in. It doesn't matter if it's a program like this or a gas station or something, but we had testimony from an individual that talked about what his program does for the neighbors. And maybe you can get on his shovel list somehow. He talked about how their property values have gone up. So it concerns me, but like Alder Johnson said, a lot of these boxes have been checked off. Environmental, some of the other aspects are gonna have sidewalks put in. I mean, there were comments and concerns in the past. I mean, there's been there's been a mental health center there forever. For a long time. And the people have learned to live with that. And I think that's gonna be the same thing here. We've learned to live with it in all of our districts. We all have places, a lot of us are not even aware of some of these shelters and homes that exist within our districts because they're not large or they've been grandfathered in. And I think that at the end of the day, I don't think that this project is going to impact negatively that area. The graveyard, it's a concern of mine, but the gentleman that spoke here and the testimony that's been about how the state will handle this if anything does happen, it's gonna be with respect and it's gonna be by the book. I look at the program itself and I do recognize many of the names on the board of directors. They're people from our community that have a good standing. In particular, Major Strong. I worked with him for a long time at NWTC. He's a man of integrity. He held the students in our law enforcement program and my fellow instructors, including me, to a high standard. He is not the kind of person I could ever conceive allowing anything to slip through or cause any problems in that neighborhood without taking action immediately. And that's one of the big factors here that's helping me make up my mind to support this program. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Morgan?
I never really imagined when I ran for office that I would have such a tough thing to decide on. I've got two sides here thinking, who am I going to make mad the most, To me, I think if we did a quick hand raise of the 12 of us, you'd definitely say every one of us want to do something for our veterans. To me, you veterans, you're my heroes. You are. I'll drive out of my way to go to a hamburger stand, anything I can that'll support the veterans. But I'm disappointed in a little bit that you just say this is the site and we aren't looking at others. But at the same time, looking at the people that live in the Schmidt Park community, it's in a way sounding like we hear often is, oh, it sounds great, but we don't want that in our neighborhood. But at the same time, I understand. I remember as an officer having to go in garages out there when, not from the mental health facility so much, but that group home that's out there, the youth center. And I've taken a knife off of a kid that was in somebody's garage out there. So I understand their fears, but I'm not sure this is going to be part of it from a cause from these tiny homes. It's going to be a tough decision. I haven't decided yet. So in a few minutes, I've got to decide, am I going to say yes or nay? And like I say, I never want to go against the veterans, but I wish you would have opened up a little bit more to looking for other sites. I wish the county would have, you're talking about other ones in Curie Lane and all that. I wish the county would have helped us on that. I've had neighbors out there that they're not my constituents, but they've suggested, why aren't we looking at some other sites like Borneman's Nursing Home and some of these? And I wish some of those would have been in consideration. So, like I said, veterans, I'm 100% for you. I've got to decide, am I 100% for this site? Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Anything else? Alder Presley.
I'll give Alder Morgan a couple more minutes to make up his mind. I think I'm in favor of this development. I'm going to vote for this development. But I do want to commend the Schmidt Park Neighborhood Association for their very strong organization, even if it was against this. I think that your scrutiny of the project has caused them to be better. They have a larger board. They have implemented, they've had more community partners. They're implementing more to make sure that this serves our veterans in the best possible capacity. So I do want to commend them for that. I hope I'm not speaking prematurely, but I think this will go forward. And I hope that that neighborhood association goes on to welcome their new neighbors and potentially, I think Alder Prophet might have mentioned this at the last meeting, use that organization that you have now and your worries about the burial site to maybe work towards a memorial structure there off of the Veterans First. But what can we do to memorialize that property? I'd like to see you organizing for something like that. I think that would be fantastic. So I want to commend and put forth my support of this project.
Thanks, Alder. Anyone else? Alder Graham for a second time.
Just one clarification, because it talks about what happens to this land if something happens to this. It is in the county's PUD that Veterans First shall not lease, sublet, nor transfer ownership of any interest in the donated land to any other entity without prior written consent of Brown County at Brown County's sole discretion, and that failure to satisfy any of the conditions stated in this resolution will result in Veterans First being obligated to restore the donated land to its current condition in a timely manner, and once restored, to immediately return ownership of the donated land to Brown County. And Brown County administration may at its sole discretion, whatever. So just to clarify that, it is not up to us to sell or do anything with after. And I do want to remind everyone, our job as elected officials is to listen to the residents of Green Bay, not residents of Swamco, Appleton, De Pere, Howard. While most opposing this PUD are residents of my district, they are residents of Green Bay. Saying no to this specific PUD does not stop this project. It says no to this specific location. If it does not pass tonight, I hope the NORS and Veterans First continue to work to find another option. Not that long ago, we said no to Gorman Development on Military because it didn't 100% feel right and didn't feel like the best location for our residents. We listened to business owners that gave us their opinion, and we followed. We did not know at that time other location options, and we said no. And here we are today with that development is less than a year away of completion at an alternative location, thanks to the Gorman project seeking an alternative location. And while city or county land is most ideal, it is not impossible for the organization to purchase private land for this proposal. In fact, there's a 2.8 acre property available at 1360 Limekiln Drive for $174,900. And VA offers transportation to their locations, and it's my understanding that the mental health resources are actually located on the west side. But our vote tonight is worth more than a price of property. It will be the lasting impact on the residents around it. If you vote yes, I ask you be 100% confident about the land, location, potential buried bodies, contaminants, resources, services, and qualifications. That residents spoke here in front of you and said they had that spoke here in front of you and said we have enough specialized facilities. They didn't say not in my backyard. They said we have enough between Freedom House, Veterans Manor, they had the mental health facility, the jail, the list goes on. There is actually affordable housing. The Gorman project is an affordable house and or apartment complex, and it's a mile down the road. 200 plus neighbors said no. While the county's resolution is not ours, I feel it is important that we don't ignore the donation of the land was meant strictly for veterans only, which we are not guaranteeing. It also states that the Veterans Village project proposes to provide mental health and substance abuse counseling. I am not seeing that. Remember, a no today is not a no to this project. It is a no to the location. And I do want to offer an amendment to the PUD, and I apologize, I'm not going to support it. But I do want to offer an amendment in case it does pass, is that if 25% of the services dissolve, the project dissolves. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Any other comments? Alder Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to add to Alder Presley's comments about the neighborhood association and their force that they brought. They did change this PUD. There's two items that directly are there because of their concerns. One is the professional archaeologist must be on site during excavation and grading, and the other is the city staff is to be provided with a report and development effects of dry creek bed, and that's meant to, during erosion control, that the conditions there are protected, so there's not a release of surface water going into that dry creek. Two direct things were presented at the Plan Commission, and they were installed there. So we've listened to the concerns, and I really believe with at least a football field length between this development and the nearest property that is a home, it's at least 300 feet, if not 450 feet, if by the way the birds fly. And to get there by foot, it's over 1,000 feet to get into the neighborhood, simply because of the geometry of the situation. The development area is kind of isolated. It's right next to an existing development. So in terms of being something new to the area, it is absolutely, but with all the contingencies that are put on, I mean, the city's going to look at the police calls and other documentation and safety concerns that occur. If there's a incident after incident, that's going to be called out and things are going to happen. So there's contingencies in place for those, and I totally don't expect these to happen, but based on the character of these individuals who are going in there, I think we have an opportunity to provide housing for our vets. And after all the information, I wish we could find a different place, but this place I think will work. And that's why I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Anything final? Was that an actual amendment that you're offering? Okay, is there a second for that? Second. So I just have a question about the practicality of that amendment, or how the proportion of services would be measured. So I'm just wondering if there's a way to potentially get at that with .4 of the PUD, which starts with at the discretion of the common council, et cetera. And then there's the sub-points of police calls and other documented safety concerns, and then inadequate facilities. Would it be possible to put inadequate services as .3, and then you would have the authority as common council or as the director of the department to revisit this? Okay. So that's the amendment that's been offered by Alder Grant. Is there a second for that? Seconded by Alder Stevens. Discussion on that? Just raised eyebrows. All right, all in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Entertain a motion. Motion to approve is amended, made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder DeLee. Discussion there? Sure. A board vote has been requested, so we will do it. This is on adoption as amended.
You may vote.
Alder Presley, DeLee, and Hingfus. Alder DeLee. Alder Hingfus. Yes. Thank you.
All right, and that item is adopted 8-4. And as a number of the city council members have said, thanks to everyone who has come out to offer their input for the project on both sides. Now on to the report of the Finance Committee. Move to approve, motion to approve made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Galvin. Items here to be handled separately. Seeing none, all in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved. Report of the Park Committee. Motion to approve made by Alder Presley, seconded by Alder DeLee. Items here to be handled separately. Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved. Personnel Committee. Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Presley. Items here to be handled separately. Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved. Public Arts Commission. Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Stevens. Items here to be handled separately? One. Any others? Item 1 will be handled separately. Hearing none others, all in favor of approving the remainder of that report, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved, the exception of item 1. Your wish is here.
Move to amend.
Alder Johnson makes a motion to amend.
To strike creative and replace with poet.
All right. That's been seconded by Alder Galvin. Could you just restate the amendment,
The
Alder
motion is
Johnson?
to strike the word creative and replace it with poet. And then I will explain that. Yes.
If our guests could just take the conversations outside, we'd appreciate it.
Look, of all the things we talked about tonight, this is probably the last one you guys thought we'd talk about. But I submitted this communication for the city to look at a poet laureate, not a creative laureate. There's, poet laureates give speeches, like write poems, right, for visiting things and stuff that you don't make sculptures and paint paintings in front of conventions. So I really want to focus on the poet. I think it gets watered down by trying to get too wide with it, and there are other ways to honor other mediums within our community, so.
All right, that is Alder Johnson's amendment. It was seconded by Alder Galvin. Further discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Motion. Motion to approve is amended made by Alder Presley, seconded by Alder Prophet. Discussion there? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that item has been approved as amended. Report of the Traffic, Bicycle, and Pedestrian Commission. Motion to approve made by Alder Stevens, seconded by Alder Prophet. Items here to be handled separately. Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that report has been approved. Committee of the Whole. I was thinking if we were going to address some of these other ones, but we might as well just go with item 1. For consideration and possible action in the matter of Senator Andre Jacques et al. Versus the City of Green Bay et al. Probably just move to.
Motion to go into closed session.
Alder Johnson makes a motion to go into closed session, seconded by Alder Prophet. Alder Johnson, you got the language?
The council may convene in closed session pursuant to section 19.85, subsection 1, subsection G, Wisconsin statute for the purpose of conferring with legal counsel for the governmental body who is rendering oral or written advice concerning strategy to be adopted by the body with respect to litigation which it is or likely is to become involved. The council will thereafter reconvene in open session pursuant to section 19.85, subsection 2, Wisconsin statute to take action on the items discussed in closed session if appropriate and to consider the remainder of the agenda.
All right.
It's like
We
YouTube
have a motion and a second. We will need to use the board on that.
On this one?
You may vote. Alder Hingfus.
Alder Hinkfus? right, that is unanimous, and we will move into closed session. We are back on. Entertain a motion to return to regular order of business. Motion to reconvene in regular order of business by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Hinkfuss. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Looking for a motion to proceed as directed. All right, Alder Hinkfuss makes that motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Presley. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. Skipping ahead to T3 for consideration. For consideration possible action on the amended resolution dividing the city of Green Bay into wards to correctly identify the census block numbers in certain wards. Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Stevens. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. T4 was addressed earlier. On to resolutions. Motion to suspend the rules and take up items 1 through 5. Does anyone object to taking them all up? Not? Second on that? Seconded by Alder DeLee. All in favor will signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The rules are suspended. Motion to adopt made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Galvin, and this is on resolutions 1 through 5. We will use the board.
You may vote. Thank you. I'll just go down the line. Alder Galvin?
Aye.
Alder Presley?
Aye.
Alder Johnson?
Aye.
Alder DeLee? And Alder Hinkfuss? Aye. Thank you. Okay.
All right, those resolutions are adopted unanimously. Ordinance's first reading. Motion to advance made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Stevens. All in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that is advanced to a second and final reading. Petitions and communications. Adjournment, motion to adjourn made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Presley. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Thanks, everyone.